what that can I do? I sigh a lot. Yeah, well, who wouldn't when you have to play tag all day? Oh man, another day. Yo, what up? That is the BIOS of one of the biggest commentary channels, one of the biggest police officers on YouTube. Some of you may know him as iDubbbz. I know him as Ian. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? He's done a pretty good job back in the day of going after some of the most problematic creators on YouTube. People like Leafy is here, Keemstar, Tanamangio, and most importantly, that React channel Epidemic. But in amongst all of that, he did things like Kickstarter craps, he looked at shitty projects people made, he went above and beyond the Call of Duty when it came to being a police officer. He even did bad unboxings. Now, he was at a time one of the best police officers, and I would say recently his conduct has been a little bit unbecoming, which is entirely what Internal Affairs is all about. We're here to check in on what's been going on with Officer Idoops. Now, since Ian has actually left the police force, he has decided to mature. Instead of fusing two slurs together, he's making interesting documentaries. He's over-explaining his support of OnlyFans. And, of course, one of my personal favorites is, as an officer of the force, discovering empathy at the ripe, young, tender age of 31.
I think only in these past couple of years have I gained the ability empathy. I just can't help myself but feel for other people's pain and suffering.
iDubbbz, safe to say, doesn't actually have the same rapport with the former community, the commentary community, and has for the last few years been ingratiating himself towards a new, more politically charged community. But the department actually is more interested with some of the charitable works that Mr. Jama has actually decided to side with, notably Creator Clash. Now, charity to me is a personally important thing. I think it's great to give back money to impoverished communities, medical causes that desperately need progress, and of course to just help the fellow man. Charity is a way for all of us, no matter what our financial situation is in life, to help channel something in a positive sense. Charity is important in making progress, raising awareness, and most importantly, serving as the best criticism shield to any vanity project ever, like Creator Clash 2, for instance, where having trauma processing parties with full entertainment, open bars, hotels completely rented out to influencers, all on the dime of people who donated, thinking that the lion's share of that money would go towards the causes that get listed at all these events, only to find out that these charitable events didn't actually donate any money to charity, at least when it came to Creator Clash 2.
What the hell are we gonna do? You know, I can't even think about doing a Creator Clash 3. We lost money and there's no money for charity. So what are we gonna do to solve that?
Now, I've covered plenty of charities in the past, supported by influencers who had a pretty clear, clean image that turned out to either be crypto scams or, at worst, money stockpiles that remained losing value until one of my investigations contributed to hundreds of thousands of dollars finally heading to where it was supposed to be headed years down the road. Now, I personally feel, though, Creator Clash may not only be one of the worst tragedies in charitable fundraising by content creators, but also one that turned into something malicious down the road the more and more that it progressed. So let's get started. iDubbbz, also known as Ian Jama, the husband of Anissa Jama, both these people were the initial faces of Creator Clash, alongside a Mike Lenardi, a co-organizer, and it started out pretty positively. Like, the first event came around May 14, 2022, hosted by Ian, his wife. Event was managed by Ego Raptor, or Aaron Hansen's company, Real Good Touring, who also actually fought
Bro, the Wordle, let's talk about it. First of all, what does that word even mean? Alright. Stupid word. But I got it. Do you want me to send you a screenshot of the letters I used? Or the words I used? I don't know what it meant. Yeah. It's data but a singular? See, that's stupid. It's stupid. Who would ever... Here, I want to send you a screenshot of the letters I used real quick. Oh, blank's blanket. 1 second here. I started with the word audio, but hold on, manage. You'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. Like, that fourth or fifth word for me came in so much clutch. That fifth word came in so much clutch. You don't even know. It was actually like it was meant to be my fifth word. It was meant to be. It quite literally forced the letter D to go in one of 3 spots. Like 30 minutes now? Yeah. It's a hard word, okay? Like, no one knows that word.
these events. Now, Creator Clash wanted a pretty healthy set of fighters. Big channels like Dr. Mike, Ian himself was fighting, Michael Reeves, fan favorites like Dad would show up delivering pretty interesting fights. The community as a whole on the internet rallied behind it.
Did a
and by
clutch
all
word?
metrics,
Alright, hold on.
I would say it was a pretty successful event. It was hosted in the Youngling Center in Tampa, Florida, and CC1 sold over 100,000 pay-per-view buys, and tons of influencers and their fans showed up. And from what I understand, that arena they rented was actually sold out, which is, again, amazing. From a charity perspective, the American Heart Association, the Alzheimer's Association, and the Healing Horse Therapy Center received all the net profits, according to a press release, to the tune of a combined $1.3 million. Now, it's also worth pointing out that the Healing Horse charity actually did belong to Aaron's mother. Now, that by itself isn't a major issue, but generally speaking,
Thorn,
I don't
I
like it
do,
personally
really?
when one of the people involved in the entire organization
I
of the
do.
event is actually
Cream
related to somebody
adult.
receiving
Oh,
any
wow.
disbursement of funds. I feel conflicts like that shouldn't ever be possible in the first place. But again, to go back to the event, iDubbbz even had to say that when it came to the event,
You would do-
these
I- you- I
creators
do
want to show
use- I
respect
use
to boxing while putting on
audio.
an entertaining show that reflects their personalities, said iDubbbz. It was really important to us that creators took this experience seriously, and let me tell you, they absolutely have. They've been training for months, and we can't wait to show you what they can bring to the table. Influencer boxing has previously been very money-driven.
Oh, that's a good
And our
point.
goal is to bring
But that
attention
word
back
was
to the sport
such
while delivering
such a
fun and
clutch word,
interesting
though.
personalities for an
It doesn't even
all-around
matter.
great
That word
show
was
for
so
some
important
great
to that.
causes.
That was the most important
Now, that
word.
sounds like a great PR answer, but this clip that I found on the H3 podcast, I think, really kind of shines a different light into why I think Ian and Anissa actually cared about doing this event. And it doesn't sound as altruistic as one would expect. I really do feel that for both of these people, it almost was a way for them to ingratiate themselves with the community, to basically have a yearly event that would bring influencers together and effectively keep them almost perma-relevant down the road, right?
If it works out, then we can do that, and there could always be a charity aspect to it. But I think the main goal is just to get the people paid who are involved in making it happen, rather than like making exorbitant amounts of money.
So your goal is to build an institution of sorts, this Creator Clash, where you can have
it's
people.
fun.
There's a champion every year.
It's a party.
Interesting.
I'm
It's like
super
a
stoked,
way more exciting VidCon, or like I want it to be like influencers can like care about this and fans can care about this and like you can go
Interesting.
watch it and have
Yeah.
like a build up, like maybe parties before and like stuff
Yeah,
like
because we've gone to like the last Jake Paul event, and it was crazy the amount of influencers that were there. Excited to see it. They weren't all my cup of tea.
Sure.
But it was exciting. Everyone wanted to be there. It was fun, and I think if we can harness some of that, but have it be even more exciting, because all of our fighters are mystery fights. You don't know how it's going to go, and then you have this, charity element. It's just like a win all around.
So in the future, maybe there'll be more profits
hate Ethan
potentially for
Klein
you
so
guys.
much.
Potentially, but we're not
Yeah.
looking at that
Yeah.
really.
Now, one thing that we love to do here at the Internal Affairs, is look through documentation. So we decided to go to ProPublica, go through their nonprofit explorer, and we actually did find the Healing Horse Therapy Center right here. It's actually a 501c charity, and if you want to know a rough idea of how much they kind of receive from Creator Clash, well, we can open up some of their filings and look at them really closely. So for instance, in 2022, when Creator Clash was a thing, you can actually open up the 990 filing over here, and if you scroll all the way to the contributions and grants, the prior year they actually received somewhere around 3,958, as opposed to the year of Creator Clash 1, they actually ended up receiving over $250,000. Now, the thing is, when you pull up the 990 filings over here, if we go to just 2014, one of the interesting things that come out of this is you can kind of get a rough idea of how much Creator Clash actually did contribute. Now, at this point, you can see in 2020, the actual charity gets $87,000, probably from a different event. And of course, in 2021, the charity ends up getting $3,958. Then, of course, when Creator Clash 1 happened, you can see that they actually got a massive spike. They went down, eventually to the point receiving $75 in just 1 year, when it came from public support. Now, the thing about all this is going back to the 2020 filings, the 2022 filings, I actually couldn't find any mention of Creator Clash as a company. Which I think kind of sucks because it shows me that these
This is
forms
patch
are
no
probably
BO
not
for
filled out
anti-cheat.
well at all, if
Got
anything,
me.
which, I don't know, the more I look into a lot of these charities,
Druts.
the more I realize that the paperwork could be a lot better. But you know what? The reason why we looked into this was also just to see that there was money being sent out. And of course, when I looked further into these actual charities, at least with Aaron's mom's charity, it didn't seem like they were paying themselves what appeared to be exorbitant salaries. They just took money in and they spent it on obviously
What have you been,
dealing
trying to
with
play?
horse therapy stuff. So again,
I saw your
it
thing
seems
says it
pretty
on-
much
it
on the up and
says
up.
it's
Money
on
was
tag.
actually given, and the only
What are you
reason
trying
I
to
checked
do?
this was
Oh,
because
you trying
when
to
we go
restart
down
for
the
a
road,
speedrun?
it's going to be really hard to believe what Ian and Anissa and really a lot of people associated with the event actually say. There's a lot of conflicting information. And as an officer, I don't like to look at conflicting information, okay? Because there's a fuck ton of stupid people in the room, and I try not to be one of them, okay? I make mistakes, but I try to look at the data as much as I can. So anyways, to go down over here, the first event was actually successful. Charities got money, and all in all, it was actually a pretty serious win for Ian
For-
and Anissa in
yeah,
terms
first
of it
box
just
for
being a
200,
good
yeah.
overall event. I mean, I didn't have any issues with it. One would think if this is how good the first event was, theoretically, Creator Clash 2 should absolutely be a success. Until, of course, it isn't. Now, Creator Clash 2 was announced January 24, 2023, and it was poised to happen at a bigger venue this time. Emily Arena, and once again in the city of Tampa, Florida. So iDubbbz once again was set to fight this time with Alex Wasabi. Harley would join, and he would fight an actual heavyweight, John Morrison, and Dad would fight AB from the H3 podcast. So one of the fights was set to be against Tyler Cassidy, also known as Froggy Fresh. Of the Krispy Kreme fame, he made a bunch of songs on the internet. Guy's an old school OG YouTube legend. Now, Froggy was supposed to be fighting Chris Raygun, and I want you to remember this fight because the controversy surrounding it might have been some of the most promotion this fight was getting for a while, and all of it was effectively for the wrong reasons. Now, something about fighting promotion and the community that watches these events is that it always centers around some form of drama. or
Raygun, I know,
conflict.
right?
A lot of the biggest bouts on
I was
YouTube,
thinking
at least in this
Ronald
space,
Raygun.
have basically resulted from beefs, a lot of them long withstanding, between creators to the point where having them bash each other's brains in for money, which, you know, money at that point just takes a back seat. People love the thrill of just settling this online bullshit in a ring. And the audience is excited for it. I'm sure the creators are excited for it. And if you get paid while you get to beat the shit out of the guy you absolutely have been beefing with for a while, all of it is a win-win. Unfortunately, Creator Clash doesn't really have that ethos. It's first and foremost meant to be about treating boxing, the sport, with respect. And its safeguarding comes first.
The last thing I want to talk about is how serious the sport of boxing is. We've seen a lot of these influencer boxing events just pop up and, to be honest, not take the sport very seriously. In this last event, we saw guys headbutting each other. We want to avoid this shit at all costs.
Yeah,
We're
57
trying to
hours
get
left. I could
professional
grind this out
boxing
here in a
coaches
week,
for all of
and
our
you'd
fighters.
be
We're trying to
done
give
with.
them ample time to prepare. We're trying to prepare them mentally and physically for, you know, what they're going to do, because people die in boxing. It's not a goofy thing. Oh, let's try out boxing. It's a serious thing.
Wow, Ian, that's actually such a good point. You know, I would actually believe that you weren't just talking shit out of your ass if it wasn't for the fact that you put Chris Raygun up against William Haynes, who clearly had a height and weight superiority against him. You know, if you really care about the sport of boxing, you probably wouldn't have haphazardly put this matchup last minute after kicking Froggy Fresh out and put Chris in a pretty shitty situation. So the big problem with promotion came from the fact that Creator Clash's individual creators actually didn't do a whole lot
In
of
my
promotion.
lifetime, I know,
We
right?
also had to pay for more fighters this year. The first year it was.
So,
18,
I'm only gonna
this
do-
year it was 24.
3 rounds
I
this
thought
morning.
bringing in more fighters would just
When
lead to
I
more
get home
pay-per-view
tonight, I'm not
buys,
gonna do any.
But I think it just ended up costing us more.
Tomorrow
Yeah,
morning,
he
another
thought
3
that just
rounds.
because, he put in more fighters on the card
Um,
that he tweeted out, that
Friday
somehow
morning,
correlates
only
to more
2
pay-per-view
rounds,
buys,
and
which,
Saturday
yeah,
morning,
it
only
shows
2
you that
rounds.
Maybe he's just never gotten past
So-
the age of, I don't know, 12. But events always do get pirated, and also you know, if you look into some of the promotional material, like if the actual individual fighters are promoting it. Now, I don't know if videos were removed or maybe like they posted on all.
I got dogs
networks,
next
but
round
even
as well,
looking
which
at
is
the main
nice.
platforms
What's not nice
for
though
some of
is
these
this guy's a
creators, you know,
pusher.
people like Ethan Nestor definitely had this in the at least in the description.
I
box
don't know.
For, their links.
About 650,
and,
I hope.
Even in that case, like he actually did make videos. The main
I honestly, oh, I forgot I got a max ammo. I have my Helion Salvo I can use here. I have no idea. The pusher? Actually. Dude, he pushes you. It's not fun. Alright. Trying to think. So a round takes about an hour and a half. Usually. Let's go an hour and 35. So, or hour and a half. So 3 rounds is 4.5 hours. So I'll have 4.5 plus 4.5, so nine total hours in the game by tomorrow morning. Wait, today's Thursday. No, tomorrow's Friday. So 4.5, 7.5, 9.5. 9.5 hours. Alright, so here's the plan. 9.5. I'll try to hit 485 hours by next Tuesday. That should give, that puts me at like 5 hours a day if I don't really want to play too much. So yeah, go for 485 by next Tuesday. And then before I get to try and get to 500, that way I only have, that way I have like 4 days to do 22 hours. Yeah, that's it. Okay. That's the plan. About just under 2, or just about 2 weeks left in this game then. Nice. In the home stretch. It's also because I'm trying to go to bed a lot earlier at night here. I've been going to bed at about 10 p.m. the last 2 nights here. And it's actually been kind of nice. I'm waking up early. And waking up early allows me to play a good amount of time, put a good amount of time into the game in the morning. Since I have the most time then. And get home from work, take a shower, eat, and go to bed. So. Yeah, I try to keep as like consistent of a sleep schedule as possible. What sucks though is like Friday and Saturday now our work is open until 9 p.m. on those days. So it's gonna be a lot harder for me to get home and go to sleep at a decent hour. Like I'm gonna have to go home and like speed run going to sleep. It's kind of annoying. Oh, this is kind of boring. Yeah, a quarter of the way through the round. Yeah. Ooh, Bang Snap is back on YouTube.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are so back. Guys, my channel was terminated for the past 3 to 4 months. So, what exactly happened? If you want a more detailed explanation, I made a video that was reposted on another account, but as a summary, back in late January of this year, I uploaded a video called Why Modern Dating Sucks. This video was manually reviewed and approved by YouTube. So I was given permission to post this video, but YouTube took it down and gave me a strike for it less than 5 hours after approving it. And looking back, I had put a few memes that did not sit well with YouTube's community guidelines, and for that I will apologize. I wouldn't have posted that video if someone at YouTube did not explicitly tell me that it was okay, but regardless, I will apologize. I saw other creators posting similar content and thought it would be okay to do the same thing, and when YouTube approved the video, I just thought it was confirmation that what I was doing was okay, but apparently not.
No, it
And after
was.
that, I was like, okay, well, shit, that's unfortunate. But then a few minutes after that, YouTube took down another video called People Are Nasty. And the reason this one got taken down was very dumb. It was because I slammed my fist on the desk and I knocked over my microphone by accident, and I was told that I violated YouTube's child safety policy by doing this, which, if you couldn't tell, doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's very obvious that YouTube's AI fucked up here, but nobody at YouTube stepped in to fix it until now. And then not long after this video went down, my account was taken off of YouTube. I'm assuming YouTube's AI saw a strike for nudity and another strike for child safety and thought something really fucked up was happening on the account, but yeah, that's not the case. I understand my channel isn't exactly like super safe or anything, but if something else triggered this takedown, I would have had no idea what it was, as YouTube did not disclose that to me. The last thing that I saw was these 2 videos being taken down, and then my channel was gone. YouTube had ignored their 3-strike policy. They gave me 1 strike for the 2 videos and then terminated me soon after, so I had 1 strike on my account when it was deleted. I know YouTube can ignore its 3-strike policy if the violation is severe enough, and while I do acknowledge my videos are definitely on the edgier side, nothing I posted was bad enough that I should have been terminated, especially not instantly terminated. Strike, maybe, but not instantly terminated. And based off of that, you can probably tell the reasoning behind my channel being taken down was not exactly fair. One reason was because I posted a video YouTube explicitly told me was okay to post, and the other reason was because I knocked over a microphone, which doesn't make any sense. But my appeals were rejected and my account was gone, so even though I felt the decisions YouTube made were wrong and unfair, there was just nothing that I could really do about it. When I reached out to YouTube on Twitter, I was given some of the most amazing, personalized customer support I've ever received. Nah, I'm just... YouTube ignored me. I got some generic copy-pasted response they give to pretty much everyone, and I was essentially told that terminating my channel for knocking over a microphone was the correct decision, and it was reviewed very carefully by real people, which is bullshit. In case you haven't noticed, YouTube's moderation and support are really, really bad. It's pretty obvious that there aren't any real people at YouTube reviewing any of this content, and they're just letting AI handle everything. And this AI has a really bad habit of making some of the dumbest decisions I have ever seen in my life, like terminating someone for knocking over a microphone. And unless you're an insanely massive creator or can somehow manage to put 5,000 likes on a tweet, YouTube isn't gonna fix this stuff for you, and that's unfortunately the situation I was in for the past 3 to 4 months. YouTube had just terminated a source of income for what I can only assume is knocking over a microphone, and I was left completely helpless with no way to fix it. I gave someone permission to repost my stuff on an archival account because I wanted people to, actually have those videos still, but as for getting my original account back, I wasn't entirely sure what to do. I was initially considering just accepting my fate and disappearing into the anonymous void of the internet, but people were messaging me and asking me when my next video was coming out, and I just didn't really know how to tell them that I wasn't coming back. I decided to make another video explaining my situation and reaching out to the YouTube community for help, which was reposted on the archival account. I reached out to some bigger creators,
button.
and I essentially had to get a good chunk of the YouTube community on my side so that YouTube could reverse a decision that they really should have fixed almost 4 months ago. I might make another video talking about YouTube support and moderation because it just really is that bad, but for now I want to focus on the positives. I got my channel back and I couldn't be happier about it, and I just wanted to say thank you to the people who supported me and helped me out. I was not expecting that video to do very well. Most of my subscriber base was gone and I only had like 3,000 subscribers at the time the video was uploaded, but at the very least I could say that I tried everything that I could, and I could also give my fans a proper goodbye. I didn't think that video would actually work. But the YouTube community really came through because as I am recording this, that video got over 173,000 views. My situation was reposted on Reddit multiple times, getting thousands of upvotes. People came out to support me on Twitter. Creators made videos talking about it. I reached out to some fellow creators who also helped me out. Moist Critical followed me on Twitter, and Mudahar reached out and also followed me on Twitter. And when I saw this, I fucking shit my pants. Mudahar told me he was trying to push my case to a real person at YouTube, and then a few days later, my account is now back. So Mudahar is a real one for that. The amount of people who came out to support me was absolutely insane,
that
and I
meme
just
is
wanted to
crazy.
say thank you so much to everybody who helped me out. It actually means the world that so many people came out and supported me because they wanted to see me back on the platform. Or maybe they just thought the situation was funny as fuck. Either way, I appreciate the support. Thank you to Deep Humor, Dolan Dark, a very special thank you to Mudahar, Flazefire, and Whirl! I see you liking my tweets. Come here, motherfucker! Thank you so much to everybody who helped me out and supported me. It really does mean a lot. I'm working 2 jobs right now, but I'm gonna get back to posting soon. A fellow creator recommended to tone down the edginess of my videos, and I think that's some very good advice going forward. I don't want to get terminated again, but there will be more memes, more fart sound effects, more black men kissing, and more pictures of pregnant Goku. And I'm gonna kindly ask that the editors of my wiki page change that was to an is, because we are so fucking bad.
Dude, this is just like such slop. What on earth? Dude, this is such slop, and I love it. Like, this channel is so slop, and it's like, it's so nourishing. Let me find the comments. Makes you want to actually... real quickly. 1 second, actually. Wait, is it? Oh, it's Bang Snap. It's child safety, right?
Okay to post. As I slam my fist on the
absolute worst.
There we go. Whoa.
The desk and I knocked over my microphone.
Tell them to bring me my money.
Hey guys, some bad news before we start. YouTube has been censoring my videos very heavily, so unfortunately, this means no more swearing, no more naughty words, and no more pregnant Goku. I'm sorry guys. Anyways, today I'm gonna be talking about stuff that I hate about dating. And I just want to be clear, I'm just ranting about stuff. If you actually go outside, you'll find the majority of people are just, normal people. This is coming from the perspective of a straight person. So, I don't know how many of you gay people are going to be able to relate to this. But, I mean, shout out to all my gay niggas. Thank you for giving us 2 black men kiss.
Cum is my favorite breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I love cum!
I'm just going to come out and say it, okay? Some of y'all are way too promiscuous. Listen, right? I don't expect everyone to be a pure little saint or whatever, but some of y'all are honestly disgusting. Hoe phases, cheating, sneaky links, one-night stands, OnlyFans, situationships, baby daddies, and tons of hookups. I'm not trying to be prude, but what are these body counts? There are people out here eager to be doing the nasty with anybody and everybody, including random strangers. I feel like we've normalized promiscuity and casual sex, and it enabled a lot of sexual degenerates. My friend, who was in a relationship at the time, told me his coworker was trying to hit, even though she knew he was in a relationship. And she was like, oh, it's okay, everybody cheats. And I'm like, bitch, who the fuck is everybody? Why is it so common for people to cheat nowadays? I remember talking to this one guy, and he openly admitted to breaking up with his girlfriend on the spot so he could fuck some random girl he just met. Like, where is the trust? Where is the commitment? Disgusting. Seeing so many people in our generation being so nasty and promiscuous can kind of turn a lot of people off to the idea of dating because they don't want to date someone who's just going to cause problems and ruin your relationship. Not trying to shame anyone, kind of, but promiscuous people like this do not make good partners. They have all sorts of red flags, mental problems, history, baggage, commitment issues, herpes probably, and the tiger poster. Deep down, the desire to be in a loving relationship is really strong right now, but people are so degenerate that it's hard to find someone that you can genuinely trust. Women don't want to give their love and commitment to a potential deadbeat who's just going to pump, dump, and dip and abandon her when it's convenient for him. And men don't want to give their love and commitment to a girl who is carrying all the baggage from her hoe phases. You can tell with stuff like situationships that people want a relationship, but they're just really hesitant right now. Speaking of which, I also think promiscuity and stuff like situationships have ruined people's desire or need for commitment. People would rather have these ephemeral, short-lived pleasures rather than actually building a long-lasting, genuine relationship, even if casually having sex with strangers is an emotionally unfulfilling and hollow experience due to the lack of emotional connection. I mean, don't you guys think it's a bit strange that hookup culture is more prevalent than ever, yet our generation is also considered the loneliest? That really makes you think, huh? I'm starting to get sick of the gender wars when it comes to dating. And if you don't know what the gender wars is, it's basically men and women listing all the reasons that they fucking hate each other. And keep in mind, I think that there are things that you can very fairly criticize both men and women for when it comes to relationships. I'm actually planning on making a video like this myself, but to me there's a difference between a fair criticism of a gender's actions and saying that entire gender is irredeemable trash. And when I say that, you probably already know the exact type of people I'm talking about. I'm talking about men who think that all women are a bunch of nasty whores, or women who think that all men are a bunch of disgusting perverts. I fucking hate both of you. Mentally unstable women get left hanging on a one-night stand and decide today is the day they're gonna be annoying on social media and announce that men ain't shit. And guys are no better. Guys get their heart broken once and then go home and post sad Bart Simpson edits and make dead rappers their entire personality, talking about how all girls are the same. Like, shut your bitch ass up. Bitches ain't shit my ass, bro. Shut the fuck up, you broccoli top douchebag. Okay, jokes aside, I think that there's some level of truth to some of what is being said, but this blame the other gender for all my problems mentality is kind of dumb. I think because of all of the degeneracy, as I mentioned in the previous section, the trust between men and women has really faded in recent years. The divide between the genders is greater now than it has ever been. But if you stay inside of an echo chamber and are constantly shown the worst that the other gender has to offer on social media, of course you're gonna end up like this. We've gotten to a point where men and women are assuming the absolute worst in each other. It's actually kind of sad to see. I think the reason this pisses me off so much is the fact that a lot of the people who do this are always the most insufferable pieces of shit. Both genders can be shitty people, yet most of these people want to glaze their gender and defend every toxic and terrible thing that they do. Also, I've noticed that most of the people who do this are almost always degenerates themselves, who don't want to self-reflect and fix their behavioral problems, so they just blame the other gender when all of their relationships fail. Like, yes, of course, honey, it's all 200 of your exes that were toxic. It's totally not you that's the problem. These people need to develop some self-awareness and realize they're just doing the exact same thing that they're complaining that the other gender is doing, but in reverse.
Damn, dude, this guy's tiny. He must be a dwarf. Sorry, I'm not interested in being friends with midgets. Midgets piss me off.
The comments under this video have been distasteful, disgusting, and outright disrespectful.
Bitches will say shit like, man ain't shit, man ain't shit. But honey, you are the one fucking him. And guys will say shit like, oh, she's a hoe, but I still hit if I could. Like, buddy, you're no better. Self-awareness? Hello? Hello? Y'all are out here fucking the same people you're complaining about. Do people not realize that if you act like a degenerate, you're just going to attract other degenerates? If you act like a prostitute, you're gonna get a pimp. And if you act like a pimp, you're gonna get a prostitute. I'm not trying to say everyone is like this and it's all your fault, because there are absolutely exceptions, but the amount of people who shame the other gender while being just as bad is actually kind of shocking. Degeneracy aside, I really wish people would open up and understand the other gender's perspective. Understand the values they bring to the table rather than just constantly tearing them down and being so nasty to one another. I know that sounds weird coming from someone like me, but the constant fighting back and forth is getting annoying.
You don't get it. It's literal brain rot.
You're supposed to love each other. You're going to potentially be married one day. You're gonna be a team, but how do you expect that team to function if you're constantly fighting with your team?
This is literal like brain rot video. Here, look at this.
You're gonna find values they bring to the table rather than just constantly tearing them down and being so nasty to one another. I know that sounds weird coming from someone like me, but the constant fighting back and forth is getting annoying. Friendly reminder, you're supposed to love each other. You're going to potentially be married one day. You're gonna be a team, but how do you expect that team to function if you're constantly fighting with your teammate? How are you gonna be in love with someone that you hate? And if you say some shit like
I love this video. It's so good.
like, oh, I don't need a partner. I have a device that stimulates intercourse with the opposite gender. I'm fucking stealing something from your house.
People fall in love with the wrong people sometimes. Some mistakes get made, that's alright.
I've noticed witnessed a rise in superficial relationships thanks to the gender wars. On one hand, you have the smegma Andrew Tate stands, who say that all women are stupid and they only want money and you should take advantage of that by flaunting your wealth and fucking a bunch of younger girls. While on the other hand, you have a bunch of female influencers telling the younger generation of girls that men ain't shit, and you should be a gold digger and use them for every dime that they have. Now both genders have just resorted to taking advantage of each other instead of building a genuine relationship, with the logic being, oh, the other gender was just gonna take advantage of you, so you might as well do it first. It's women weaponizing sex to use a man for money, and men weaponizing money to use a woman for sex. Imagine giving that value to someone with the intent to find genuine love, only to find that person is just leading you on for their own personal gain. That is a horrible thing to do to someone, and the fact that it's being normalized is kind of disgusting. On a side note, I really do not like these dating advice influencers. I really don't like how transactional relationships feel nowadays. I don't like how everything has boiled down to trading sex for money or trading money for sex with little room for genuine love. And the influencers who promote this nonsense really are not helping. These things were kind of an afterthought of a relationship, but now they're at the forefront in a very icky way. These people make their superficial intentions very clear off the bat. The only reason they're even talking to you is money or sex. They don't give a fuck about you. They're not here to find a loving relationship. And I understand people want to add value to themselves. They want to get what they're giving out, but this is not the way to do it. You're treating relationships like a fucking business transaction. Also, fuck sugar daddy relationships. Fuck out of here with that shit. Even outside of the gender wars, I feel like social media in general has given people an unreasonably high expectation and superficial standard. How many times have you heard, he has to have a boat, 19 cars, a 6-figure salary, a massive fucking penis, a mansion?
Just exist. Because as a woman, you have value just by existing. You're already doing him a favor because you bring so much to the table just by existing with him.
You demand princess treatment for existing, you provide nothing, you serve zero purpose. There are so many guys whose brains are so fried from watching a bunch of unrealistic and incel nonsense on the internet that the only thing that they think about is sex. They have no idea how to actually speak to a woman.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Misha.
Okay, nice to meet you, Misha. I am Arya, and that would be left.
Whatever happened to, I don't know, meeting somebody and enjoying the time that you spent with them? Whatever happened to wanting to spend your life with someone? Whatever happened to letting your homie bounce on it when he's lonely? Whatever happened to falling in love? I'm not trying to sound like one of those people who are like, oh, looks don't matter, money doesn't matter, it's what's on the inside that counts, because I understand that this stuff does matter. Self-improvement matters. Financial stability matters. Taking care of the way you look matters. Adding value to yourself matters. It is completely normal for people to have standards and value these things, but I think my problem is more so the fact that these things are being weaponized to gain power over another person rather than to enrich the life of your partner through a loving relationship. It's normal to want this stuff so you can do nice things for your partner that make them happy, but that feeling should be mutual. It should be reciprocal. You do these things for your partner because you love them and you trust them and you know that they would do the same for you, but everyone is just using each other now, so that trust just isn't really there anymore. Back then, there was mutual respect, but nowadays, men and women just fucking hate each other. They're just constantly fighting and tearing each other down. And the natural response to this is that you're less inclined to do nice things for someone who is disrespectful and ungrateful towards you. I also feel like this is important to mention, but men and women spend so much time fighting that neither of them really have any idea how to add value to themselves to make them desirable to the opposite gender. Everyone is so focused on what they want rather than what value they can provide to a relationship. Everybody wants traditional values, but only when it benefits them. Everybody wants a high quality partner until it requires them to be a high quality partner back. I'ma be real, there are a lot of women nowadays who use sex appeal to make up for the fact that they have the personality of a wet paper towel and nothing to offer to a relationship. And there are a lot of men nowadays who have turned to incel sigma male ideologies because they don't understand why women don't like losers with porn addictions. Bro, you need to shower.
Doesn't your sand pride dictate that you should stay with your wife? Being a sand is the only pride I have, SpongeBob. Yes, can I go on? I do.
The dating pool has gotten extremely toxic in recent years, so I'm gonna bring up an example to explain something I've been calling a vicious dating cycle. On one hand, men are saying, why would a man waste his accumulated wealth to settle with a girl who got ran through in her 20s? While on the other hand, women are saying, why would a woman save herself for a man like this? who was always just going to replace her with a younger, prettier girl when she's old and past her prime. Usually this results in each gender pursuing the superficial lifestyle I mentioned previously. They perceive the other gender so horribly that the idea of pursuing a genuine relationship with them seems hopeless, so they just turn to degeneracy instead, which also has the added consequence of just reinforcing the other gender's beliefs in the process. It is a reaction to a reaction to a reaction. You know, I'm not entirely sure if I'm explaining this well, but hopefully you get the point. The relationship dynamic between men and women is kind of complicated right now. Okay, I created a diagram to explain what I'm talking about. You can start at either men or women here, but for the sake of the argument, I'm gonna start with women. So, women start acting promiscuous and degenerate. Then, good men see this and are disgusted by this behavior. These men lose hope in pursuing a genuine relationship and turn to degeneracy. Then, men start acting promiscuous and degenerate. Good women see this and are disgusted by this behavior. These women lose hope in pursuing a genuine relationship and turn to degeneracy. And now we're back at the start where women start acting promiscuous and degenerate. We have come full circle, and from here, the cycle repeats itself, and every time it repeats, it just gets worse and worse and worse. Thus, a vicious cycle. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. This is just one example, but you can apply this logic to a lot of other dating scenarios as well. During my research for this video, I found that almost every time a man or a woman did something horrible, it was almost always intentionally or not in response to something that the other gender did.
If dating for love isn't working out for you, date for money. I'm being dead serious. My dating approach has been unbelievably pure for my entire life. Never cared about the financial status of the guy, have dated people with less money than me, have always gone 50-50 in relationships, has never been financially taken care of by a guy. I just wanted to fall in love and have a genuine partnership and connection with someone. And guess where that's gotten me? Used, taken advantage of, single. Every guy who I've had genuine feelings for has just hurt me. I got to the point where I just stopped dating. I was like, men are just ruining my life. Until I realized, what if I just start thinking like a man? What if I just start getting what I need out of these relationships instead of worrying about the genuine love and connection that we share?
You can feel conflicts like this constantly pushing and pulling between men and women nowadays. And because it's a cycle, arguing about which gender started it or which gender is in the wrong is like arguing which came first, the chicken or the egg. We are currently in an infinite back and forth where both genders want to blame each other to justify their shitty behavior. And the longer this goes on, the worse it gets. And don't get me wrong, I understand where this fear is coming from, and I can definitely sympathize with people. Imagine putting your trust and commitment into a relationship just to get fucked over by the one person you were supposed to trust the most. That's rough. It's a very reasonable fear, and the fact that there's a severe lack of trust between the genders right now only makes it scarier. But the idea that you should hurt somebody else the same way somebody hurt you is just not a mentality that I fuck with. You're potentially hurting innocent men and women, which is just going to make the problem worse. Can you shut the fuck up? I'm preaching here. The reason I bring this up is because I feel like it's part of a much larger problem when it comes to dating. Take everything I've said in this video so far. The promiscuity, the gender wars, the superficial relationships, and the abundance of shitty influencers promoting garbage to their followers. And you have one of the most toxic dating pools I have ever had the displeasure of witnessing. Everybody is constantly fighting, blaming each other, using each other, manipulating each other. There's too much degeneracy, there's no trust, no commitment, and most of the times, this shitty behavior is being justified by the same stupid excuse. It's a fucking mess, and I am sick of it. This is not what dating is supposed to be like at all. Remember when dating was about finding somebody who you genuinely love and wanted to spend your life with? In case you needed a refresher, here is what a relationship should be like.
What's been the most memorable time period of your life?
Being married to my wife for 51 years. I'll never forget her. We were a perfect couple and enjoyed each day together. And when I lost her, I lost my life. So I'm just existing now till I go and join her. And I'm 93 years old, so I don't have much time left, I'm sure.
Scenario: a 35-year-old and a 12-year-old are in a car together. This adult is not the child's parent, but a trusted supervisor. The 35-year-old is driving the child somewhere on the highway when, on a whim, the adult pulls over and asks the child if they would like to drive. Let's even go so far as to say that this child has been asking if they can drive for a significant amount of time, because they're interested in cars. The child, of course, is excited by this prospect. They want to drive the car because it seems cool to them, adult-like, and they have very little concept of how dangerous vehicles can be in the wrong hands. The majority of children idolize the concept of adulthood and the things that are kept away from them. They want to be taken seriously, to be respected the way they see grown-ups are, and they will try to emulate aspects of adulthood in their youth in order to feel that respect. They don't realize that when your foot isn't on the brake, the car will still move, and they can't conceptualize how fast the car is going, and they're not tall enough to see properly over the dashboard. In short, they don't realize how dangerous and damaging what they are doing actually is, and the car ends up crashing, with both the child and the adult being injured. When police talk to the child and the adult, they both have the same story, that being that the child wanted to drive the car on the highway, and so the adult allowed them to. The adult is insistent that what happened is not their fault, that the child was incredibly convincing, and that they simply couldn't say no to them. The adult claims that they have been going through an incredibly hard time in their personal life as well, making them susceptible to the child's incessant prodding about driving. How were they supposed to know that letting the child drive would end in destruction? In this scenario, who is responsible for the car accident? The adult or the child? The majority of you would likely state that the adult in the situation is responsible, because obviously they are the adult. When the child was thrust into their care by the parent, they were done so with the notion that they could keep the child safe from danger, including the danger of making a stupid-ass decision that the adult should have elected to have ignored. No matter what the intention or the excuse, they knew that allowing the child to drive was dangerous and could be life-threatening, and yet they still chose to do it anyways. Moreover, children want to do stupid things all the time. As mentioned, kids will parrot the behavior and actions they see from the adults around them, but it's their guardian's job to make sure that they stay safe. Unfortunately, that is not what happened in today's case. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today we are going to be covering the case of Mary Kay Letourneau and how this teacher tried to rewrite her diabolical actions into a love story. This topic has been heavily requested since the beginning of our channel, and we have always meant to cover it. However, we wanted to make sure that we were properly equipped to handle the sensitive subject matter before we made any document on the case. With that said, this video is going to contain details about the case that most people would find difficult to stomach. If you're not in a position to take on that information for any reason, or simply feel as if you might be negatively affected by this video, please click off. Your mental health is important, and this warning is as effective as you want to make it. With all of that said, let us begin. Mary Catherine Schmitz was born January 30th, 1962, to parents Mary and John Schmitz. Her father was a Marine officer and teacher of political science at Santa Ana Community College, who first made headlines the same year Mary Kay was born for stopping a stabbing near a Marine base. According to the articles that were written at the time, using only the sheer authority of his voice, John Schmitz was able to effectively disarm the assailant. Despite his vocal intervention, the victim unfortunately perished, but he was nonetheless touted as a hero. This event springboarded him into the spotlight and subsequently fueled his political ambitions. John would speak openly about how the world had become a much more dangerous place since he was a child, and stated that the stabbing that he had stopped was just a sign of that. He blamed multiple different movements and groups for this change, and that he would be best suited to help America return to the beacon of safety it had been. John would go on to run for Senate 2 years later as a staunch conservative. The Schmitz became a deeply political family, with Mary Kay stating that she could not recall a time where the press and media weren't involved in their lives. Similarly, her mother would go on to be a political commentator who supported her husband's campaigns, but also spoke out against the women's movements, stating that women were better suited as wives, mothers, and general caretakers. Their family was consistently in the spotlight due to her parents' remarks, and her father was going so far as to gain the ire of his own political party at times. However, the family's political career would come crashing down when, in 1982, John would admit to having a near decades-long affair with one of his former students. He had fathered 2 children with this woman, and had only come forward about the affair when she had been charged with neglecting their child. John had always been vocal about the role of family in his campaigns, and with how ingratiated his own wife and children were to his political ideals, many people felt shocked and betrayed by the affair. Moreover, when it was later discovered that the relationship began in 1973 after the accidental drowning of his 3-year-old son Philip, his political prospects dwindled considerably. Mary Kay was devastated by her father's betrayal. According to multiple family friends, political aides, and acquaintances who knew both John Schmitz and Mary Kay at the time, she idolized her father. She was constantly working alongside him, helping him with campaigns, listening to speeches, and doing whatever she could to be near him. Because work was so important to him, she spent a lot of her free time in his office making herself useful. But when she realized her father had been living a double life, that he had an entire other family that he kept away from them, she was furious. She had always done what her parents had asked of her, going to an all-girls school, getting good grades, and making sure to uphold their standards. But at this point, she decided to gravitate towards her own wants and desires. When she graduated high school, she would decide to go to Arizona State University. Her parents tried to convince her to go to a Christian university, but she rejected their advice, later stating that she wanted to go somewhere to let loose and have fun. It was at Arizona State that she would meet her future husband, Steve Latorno. In some interviews, Mary talks about her husband as being a kind, generous man who she felt inclined to date due to societal pressure. At times, she claimed they were young and only got married because she became pregnant early on in the relationship. On other occasions, Mary would state that she never loved Steve, that the relationship was one she was pressured into, and she always knew it wouldn't last. Her next-door neighbor and future lawyer would also claim that Steve abused Mary throughout the relationship, and that he had put her in the hospital on 2 separate occasions. He alleged that the police were called, but no charges were filed, and there appears to be no record of these incidents that we were able to find. Because these statements were made by her lawyer, it's probable that she agrees with this assessment. However, I have not been able to find proof of her alleging this herself. After giving birth to their first child, Steve and Mary would move to Alaska for Steve's work. However, after a year, they would move back to the continental United States, more accurately, Seattle, Washington, with the intention for Mary to finish her teaching degree and get back into the workforce. Despite her musical ambitions, Mary decided that she was better off following in her father's footsteps and becoming a teacher. In 1989, when Mary was 27 years old, she would begin teaching 2nd grade at Shorewood Elementary School, where she would meet her future victim and husband and truly follow in her father's footsteps. Before we begin this portion of the video, something that should be made clear is that Billy is a victim of long-term emotional, psychological, and sexual abuse. His actions as a minor, who would be experiencing his first romantic relationship, have been held against him, used to justify Mary's actions, and discussed as a way to sidestep what occurred in this situation. Notably, many people are of the mindset that if this situation were to happen to a girl, she would be a victim, but because it happened to a boy, he isn't. He must have felt lucky, and so on. Mary herself has stated this outright in multiple interviews, trying to defend herself. This mentality often keeps young men from coming forward about sexual abuse, or not acknowledging it as abuse in the first place. The concept of if Billy was a consenting party and he pursued Mary is irrelevant in this case, or to any case involving children. He was a child. He could not have made those decisions for himself, and it was the responsibility of the adult in this situation to not allow the relationship to develop. When we discussed the case of Roman Polanski, we talked about how Angelica Houston defended Roman. She stated that when she was younger, she had been in the same position as his first victim, and it was just a part of Hollywood, that the child knew what she was getting into when she met the famed director. As Angelica understood it, she was not a victim, and therefore the minor, who had been assaulted in her presence by Roman, wasn't either. Her reasoning is complex, as if she were to say what happened that night was sexual assault, she would have to reasonably understand that she had been assaulted in her past, which is a horrifying concept. Many victims of assault and abuse do not conceptualize themselves as victims, and instead justify what happened to them in some way. While we cannot state that is what is occurring with 100% certainty in any case, that is important to notate, as it can provide understanding to what seems like confusing behavior. Billy Falau was born June 26, 1983, and was one of 4 children. His father was not in the picture for the majority of his life, and his mother worked extremely hard to take care of him and his siblings. They lived in relative poverty, but Billy would state that his childhood was not an unhappy one. When he was in 2nd grade, he met Mary Kay Letourneau for the first time, and although neither party recalls anything specific about their interactions at this time, it should be noted that the first time Mary Kay would meet Billy, he would be either 7 or 8, while she would be in her 30s. As he continued to progress in school, Mary would move from elementary to middle school, more specifically 6th grade. Her students reportedly loved her class, and viewed her as the best teacher for that level. Billy himself would comment that prior to entering the 6th grade, he had heard nothing but good things about her and hoped that he would be in her class, and unfortunately, he was. According to both Billy and Mary Kay, Billy was allegedly the aggressor in the relationship. Throughout her life, whenever she spoke about how she had manipulated and sexually assaulted Billy, she consistently used the word aggressor and painted the 13-year-old out to be a physically dominant force that she had no control over. She would cite that he had repeated kindergarten, making him older than anyone else in his class, that he was taller than many of the other kids, and that he, like most males do when they go through puberty, had a small mustache. It would seem that she argued that these factors alone would make her attraction to the 13-year-old appropriate and, in a way, understandable to the public. To be clear, it did not. She would also state that because he was Samoan, that he just, quote, seemed older, which is unfortunately not uncommon. Billy would go on to say that he began to pursue Mary as part of a bet with another classmate who stated that he could get any girl he wanted. Billy took him up on that offer and said that he could get anyone, even Mary. Following that interaction, he would approach his teacher. This clip is significant, as it flies directly in the face of what Mary Kay had stated before, that being that she never crossed any boundaries until after he stopped being her student, and that if any of them was inappropriate before, it was him and him alone. But to ask a child to, quote, hold on to their romantic feelings for you, an adult authority figure in their life, to keep them locked away until you can actually be with them, is inappropriate. The only acceptable response to this declaration would be to shut him down. Tell him that those feelings are not reciprocated and report what happened to the school and make sure nothing further develops. Her continued laughing and smiling while recalling this memory indicates that she still views this moment fondly. But what she is describing is textbook grooming. She liked Billy, a child, and didn't want to tell him no when he admitted to having feelings for her. She wanted him to continue to pursue her, to not let go of his romantic notions towards her, even though they were inappropriate. Instead, Mary Kay began to become a more prominent figure in Billy's life, which would allow the child to believe that he was building a significant romantic relationship with her. She would open up her classroom to him, helping him in ways she hadn't helped other children. She would allow him to stay after class to work on assignments, let him stay during recess and lunch under the guise of helping him with schoolwork, and even began giving him rides home. Mary Kay took advantage of the fact that Billy's home
Do
life
round
was less
100.
than ideal, because his father was not in the picture and his mother
That's what I
had
have
3
it
other
for.
boys to
It's so
look
you can use
after.
the
Mary was
on-screen
able to
round
present
to get
herself
the
as a
correct
helpful
round.
authority figure in his life. Mary seemingly had
It's not really
the idyllic
helpful on
life,
round
with
100
her own
though.
husband and kids at home, which made her interest in Billy seem sincere and safe. But very few people had any idea of what Mary Kay would actually do. During these private moments, she would open up to the 13-year-old, telling him various stories about her life and the things she was going through. Staff members and other students noticed how the two were interacting and felt mildly uncomfortable with their behavior. Whenever the teacher and student would pass each other in the halls, they would tell the other they loved them and were obviously strangely close. Mary would tell her husband and other teachers
I
that she
wish.
was
I have like 32,000 zombies this round. I wish I had only 1,024 or 1,124. That'd be awesome. This round would be over in like 4 minutes if that was the case. Be amazing. Half the 16-bit integer limit for zombies per round. Yeah. 65,000, what, 534 is what it is? I don't remember. I think 65,500. It's like 500 and something. It's around that
just
area.
Billy's mentor, that she saw his artistic potential and that she wanted to make sure that he was afforded every opportunity he deserved. On multiple occasions, she told those around her that he was an artistic genius, that no one else in his life could see how amazing he was, and that's why she needed to see him as often as she did. She painted a picture of Billy's life without her as being sad, lonely, and borderline unlivable. Without her, she said, he would end up at some blue-collar job and not achieving anything. Despite how odd her interest was to those around her, they couldn't fathom the idea that she would actually pursue a child. As the year progressed, it seemed that Mary had concocted a plan to continue to see Villy through the summer and away from school. She was going to be taking a course to continue her education at the local community college, so she signed Villy up to take the figure drawing class at the same time. She told him, his family, and her husband that this was purely to help him with his art, to ensure that he has the best chance at succeeding with his passions. But obviously, she just wanted to continue to pursue a romantic relationship with the child. Mary Kay's story is inconsistent from this point on, as she has both claimed that no physical boundaries had been crossed prior to summer, and that when he stopped being her student, they had only kissed. Most regard the latter to be true, as when both Villy and her recount the story of their first kiss, she was giving him a ride home. He asked what she would do if he kissed her, and she responded that only a coward would ask. Which, again, to be clear, is her encouraging and pursuing the relationship. By this point, she had ample opportunity to tell Villy no, to say she was uncomfortable, and to stop seeing him privately. But she didn't want to do that. She was enamored with the attention that this child was giving her, and the power she had over him, so she continued to encourage his pursuit. After the two kissed, the relationship began to pick up speed, with Mary Kay and Villy calling each other at all hours of the night. Mary Kay's husband, Steve, would comment that he found this to be a little weird, but whenever he brought it up to her, she would immediately deny any wrongdoing and continue to press that Villy was a troubled child that she was helping, nothing more. Mary began inviting Villy over to her home often, usually when Steve was out of the house.
Okay, well,
and the two began their sexual relationship.
Little important part of that there is that this is a 30-year-old woman teacher who's having a relationship with like a 13-year-old guy. So. Oh, I just accidentally skipped like an hour into the video. Oh, come on. Very, very minor detail, potentially. You know, probably we can honestly just like look over it. You know, we can probably just completely look over it. Not kidding. No, it's fine. You came into it completely just like. I don't blame you. It's fine. Let me find where I was real quick.
Thing to have done. Mary would tell her husband and other teachers that she was just Villy's mentor, that she saw his artistic potential, and that she wanted to make sure that he was afforded every opportunity he deserved. On multiple occasions, she told those around her that he was an artistic genius, that no one else in his life could see how amazing he was, and that's why she needed to see him as often as she did. She painted a picture of Villy's life without her as being sad, lonely, and borderline unlivable. Without her, she said, he would end up at some blue-collar job and not achieving anything. Despite how odd her interest was to those around her, they couldn't fathom the idea that she would actually pursue a child.
At least
as the
I know
year
what in the U.S.
it seemed
it's
that
gonna
Mary
be. That's
had
like 8th
concocted a
grade.
plan to continue to see Villy through the summer
It's like
and away
8th
from
grade
school.
usually.
She was going to be taking a course to
Just
continue her
prior
education
to high
at the
school.
local
It's
community
gonna be
college.
7th or 8th grade.
So she signed Villy up to take the figure drawing class at the same time. She told him, his family, and her husband that this was purely to help him with his art, to ensure that he has the best chance at succeeding with his passions. But obviously, she just wanted to continue to pursue a romantic relationship with the child. Mary Kay's story is inconsistent from this point on, as she has both claimed that no physical boundaries had been crossed prior to summer, and that when he stopped being her student, they had only kissed. Most regard the latter to be true, as when both Villy and her recount the story
Ooh, I don't know. Actually, never mind.
Of their first kiss, she was giving him a ride home. He asked what she would do if he kissed her, and she responded that only a coward would ask. Which, again, to be clear, is her encouraging and pursuing the relationship. By this point, she had ample opportunity to tell Villy no, to say she was uncomfortable, and to stop seeing him privately. But she didn't want to do that. She was enamored with the attention that this child was giving her and the power she had over him, so she continued to encourage his pursuit. After the two kissed, their relationship began to pick up speed, with Mary Kay and Billy calling each
Killed
other
her?
at all
What on
hours of the
earth?
night. Mary Kay's husband
I've seen it
Steve
feel like that
would comment
before.
that he found this to be a little weird, but whenever
Where
he
a
brought
guy would date specifically Japanese women, and like there's this one person that he kept getting with, but he just couldn't for the life of him stay in a relationship with this one person, but she kept giving him so many chances, like over and over and over, kept giving him second chances. I never did finish that video, so I don't know how it turned out.
brought it up to her, she would immediately deny any wrongdoing and continue to press that Billy was a troubled child that she was helping, nothing more. Mary began inviting Billy over to her home often, usually when Steve was out of the house, and the two began their sexual relationship. Notably, according to Mary, the first time she had had sex with the child, her own children were asleep in the room. Notably, Mary Kay would have Billy over at her house so often that he would become friends with her eldest son, Steve, who was just a year younger than him. The friendship...
If you remember, what tell you? Oh, I have no idea. This was like, I literally mean like, probably over a year ago, I watched a video like that. I have no idea where this is. It was so long ago. 10 to 11 months, maybe a year, longer potentially. I have no idea. Hold on. YouTube watch history is absolutely useless? Yeah. See, what I've actually done sometimes is if I can't remember what a video was about, you can honestly ask like ChatGPT and it will tell you like pretty accurately. No, I wonder actually, can I find that old video I'm thinking of real quickly? I want to see if I can use ChatGPT for that. About a guy who he his fourth time he get kicked out a few times, but she'd invite him. There we go. See, can ChatGPT find it? No way. Is this it?
On September 15th, 2024, Junichi Kato, otherwise known as Unko-chan, published a very simple tweet in Japanese that translates to, I had all done all this and also able to get over 10,000.
That is not it.
I wanted to prove to you that not all men are bad. You fucking what? They're all rapists. Owing only when prompted.
What is she What is she yapping about? What is she? Copy.
Call of the Dead is a unique map. One of a kind, actually. No other Black Ops Zombies map really plays quite like it. And you'll notice this if you look at Call of the Dead's record history compared to all the other Black Ops 1 maps. It's by far the lowest. In fact,
Bro, he just... Wait, they just posted Wonderful's entire video? Wonderful...
Hey, man.
Dude, Wonderful has his entire video just posted here. This guy's claiming he had to round 154 on Call of the Dead with four people. This is the part where I would like switch to my face cam and show like a very like disappointed lying face, but it doesn't work. That did not happen. This guy's saying he hit round 107 back in 2013 on Call of the Dead. Again. Huh? Wait, it's physically not possible, my guy. No. I have like an obligation to prove him wrong here. I have like an obligation to prove. I don't even play Black Ops 1 and I know that's not possible. Call the Dead. It's around 67. No, it's not. No, he did not. He did not get to that round. He did not get 147, okay? Okay, I gotta go to Zombicus because I actually don't know how the zombies spawn stuff is in Black Ops 1 here. Normal, 4 players, round 100. Wait, sorry, 4 players, round 100. You would have 5,424 zombies on round 100. 179,000 zombies up to round 100. So how many shots do you get with the, what's it called? The one gun? Actually, hold on. Let's go round 147 like he said. 569,000 zombies up to that round. VR11. Pack-a-Punch. On teammates. What's the map? Call of the Dead. Here, let me show my screen here. Alright. I forget what the VR11 does. Let me go check what they do in the record, though. Oh, that's so sad. The footage isn't available there. This one is, though. Yeah, I know. That's why. And it's like my job. I really want to say no, that did not happen. There were 569,337 zombies up to round 147. I don't know how many shots does the VR11 VR11 Wiki BO1. I'll do that actually. That should tell me. Has 18. I don't know how much ammo it has. How much ammo does it have? I don't know that. So I assume it has your 6 and then 18 in reserve. How many times do you have to shoot? How many times do you have to shoot a teammate now to get the effect on them? There goes that record's gone. This one's on YouTube though. Only one time? Alright, so only one time is all you have to do. Okay, good to know. Good to know. 36, yeah, so I'm gonna say, like, maybe you can get... I'm gonna say, yeah, let's go 36. Let's give him benefit of the doubt. 36 kills per VR, or 36, kills. So let's say you shoot your teammate, and they can get 36 kills with that, on the, with the VR11. So, let's see here. 36 times 24, because that's how much total ammo you have. 36 times 24 gives you 864 kills with one VR11. That's like max, okay? Now let's say you started doing this from... Do we want to give him that much benefit of the doubt though? A horde and a half. $154. Oh my gosh. Even worse, my guy. 50. Let's say he started at the current world record, 67. So we have 154. So I need to do 645 or 654, 567 minus 62 or 67 minus 54 431 600,136. So let's write that down here. 600 or 600,136. 36 ammo is what it have. Ooh, okay. Wait, is there? Actually, that's a good point. It probably is somewhere. Oh. Uh. I don't know. That's 12 years ago. I need someone that has like a full gameplay of it. It's hard to tell. There's not too much, I feel like, available. Realistically.
Oh, maybe. Let's go this round.
Alright, I'm saying one horde. That's like not a long time. I'm gonna say one horde per thing. I'm gonna say 30. 30 per. So 30 that you get per the horde. How much ammo does this thing have? I can't find a good, like... 36... Okay, well, 36. So, 36 times 30 kills per thing. You get 1,080 kills per. So... Oh, you found a thing. Nice.
Ah, eu tô desacreditado, velho, que eu perdi aquela partida de mundo daquele jeito.
Ooh, 40 to 47. Alright, we're gonna give him... Okay, we're gonna go 47. This is really all I need with it, but...
Ah, eu tô desacreditado. Oh, matou pra caralho agora.
So show the other POV. If it doesn't, that's fine. I'll go with 47. Thank you so much for that. So we got 47 kills per shot. Times the 36 that you have. So you can get 1692. So let's go. How much? What was my number? 600,000 divided by 16. So 1692. 1692. So let's go with 600,000. And we're assuming that he's just starting from round 62 or 67. So 136 divided by 1692. So you need at minimum, let's say we're going to obviously have to round up. So you need 355 VR11s to make it there. Fully pack-a-punched. Because I assume it's only the pack-a-punch version that actually gives you that effect. Whatever it's called. The normal one just makes it go away. It's the pack-a-punched effect that... Or is it both? Does that account for both? I assume we're actually probably factoring in both. That would make sense. Whatever is it? 355 though. So 355. So you need at least 355 VR11s. How many guns are on that map? I mean, how many? Oh I need to keep this tab open here. This don't give me a lot of information. That's easy. Let's say 20 guns. I think there's more than 20 guns on that map. I just got rid of the one thing I needed. 355. I need to remember that. 355 and basically 600. Let's just go 600,000. So 600,000. So let's go 20. So 35 times 20 on average. 7,000. Oh, yeah. You would box error so quickly. Even if they're only like, let's say, I don't know. You would box error so fast on that. Okay. It's not even close to possible. $67. P World. VR 11s. 154. You. Poison kill. I have to do this. I have to do this. Well, group of friends, meaning that there's more than two. If it's him and a group of friends, it's got to be at least more than two. Yeah, well, this guy's saying he got to round 154 with a group of friends and it took him about 15 hours. Let me copy that and refresh this page.
Call of the Dead is a unique map.
I would see my comment first, so... Why can't I post? Oh, this guy's a bitch. I did all that for nothing if I can't even post. I'll do that and do it later. Dude, I can't stand people who just flat out lie like that on the internet. I will gladly waste my time on that. I will gladly waste my time on it. I hate people online who like just flat out lie like that. 250,000 on mobile? Yeah, I remember that. Helium Thunder Gun? It's very rare. You're looking for 2 1% weapons from the box. You know that, right? The guns you're trying to get from the box, one is a 1% chance weapon, Thunder Gun. And then you have to also get a Helium on top of that, which is like a 3.2%. It took me about 13 and a half hours one time to get that type of luck. I remember I restarted specifically for that before. It took me about 13 and a half hours. Oh, I think it was 187 attempts. It took like 187 attempts to get that box luck. I went for it one time. I died on like 60 something, remember? Yeah, you'll eventually get it. I would say if you get Helium from the first box but not the Thunder Gun, restart. But if you get Thunder Gun from first box and not the Helium, do the challenge for it. You are like you're more than twice as likely to get the Helium than you are the Thunder Gun. If you get Thunder Gun, definitely go for the Helium with the Fire Sale challenge. Also, if you get a gun like, I don't know, a Tundra gun your first box, keep hitting it, because that increases your odds of getting the Helium or the Thunder Gun after that. So, I was totally listening to that. Okay, if you get a Wonder Weapon, keep it and keep hitting. You have a higher chance of getting the gun you want. Don't keep the Tundra Gun forever, but let's say you hit the box and your very first hit, you get Tundra Gun. Keep hitting it for because it will increase your odds. You obviously can't get the same weapon. You can't have the same weapon you're holding. And if you roll that Wonder Weapon or that 1%, you know, it just increases your odds of getting a good gun. Of me being a math nerd? I don't know. Because it's easy. Tundra Gun is a lot easier to get. It's more... I mean, if you get it from the box, you might as well. It's still a very consistent weapon. Yeah, it's slower, but it's going to be faster than using nothing else. I mean, Helium and Tundra Gun's still faster than Trebuchet and, you know, Helium. It's faster until you have run out of ammo. Once you run out of ammo, then obviously you don't want to do trades. You can realistically only get to about 107 and 108 without having to do ammo trades on your Trebuchet. Oh, no, sorry, not Trebuchet. Like 100 and... I don't know. You can get to, like, the 130s with it. Helium and, Tundra Gun. Especially if you, use some snowballs as well. I feel like you could probably push that pretty far. Going for snowballs and stuff like that will always be better than having to do ammo runs. Ammo runs are, like, a flat-out, like, 45 seconds of you can't kill anything. So... anything is better than doing an ammo run. Yeah, it's 7 SPH, but as long as you do perfect snowballs, it's going to take you 2 of those to get your full Ragnaroks back. I think snowball chaining like that is good for if you're at the end of a round. I think that's when it's like best for. If you know you're at that maybe last like 30 seconds of a round, minute of a round, I think it's more worth it to go and finish the round with snowball chaining than it is to make an entire ammo run, I think. And then while the round is changing, then go do your ammo run. Because, I mean, you're going to be doing nothing anyways. But... I've gotten 1 Thunder Gun? Dang. $300 hits? Whew. That's just that's like really unlucky then. Oh my gosh. What I was gonna do, I gotta like lock in if I want to be able to complete 3 rounds this morning here. I gotta stop messing around and doing other things.
Was similarly used as an excuse to see Mary outside of school. When she would have the 13-year-old stay over at her home, she would claim that he wanted to hang out with her son. Therefore, nothing weird was going on. On June 18th, 1996, the police would find Mary Kay and Billy in a compromising position in her car. Mary had driven Billy to a parking lot by the marina, and multiple witnesses claimed that the two had begun to have sex in the back seat. When the police pulled up, Mary was witnessed jumping back into the front seat of the car, scrambling to make herself presentable. Meanwhile, Billy pretended to be sleeping in the back of the car. When questioned by the responding officers, both Mary Kay and Billy gave false statements to the police and seemed, in their recollections, to have rehearsed a fake story. But both faltered when questioned. Notably, when Billy was asked how old he was, he claimed he was 18,
option.
which at the very least shows that the pair knew that their sexual relationship was inappropriate. Unfortunately, this
you're running
is
Arsenal
irrelevant
Accelerator,
detail,
I
as
assume,
Mary
right?
would later claim she had
Temporal,
no idea
stock
that what she
option,
did qualified
Arsenal
as a crime.
Accelerator,
When questioned by
and-
the police at the scene,
Yeah, you don't
Mary
need
Kay
ABH.
stated that Billy was a
It's-
family
it's not
friend
really
who
gonna
had
be
been
useful.
staying with her and her husband the night prior. She claimed that
What else would you use? Oh, equipment. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Here's the thing, though. Just know if you go down, then that's it. I mean, that's not it, but... Maybe try to buy the perks that you use in or the perk order. Make the first perk and your third perk, or brew and soda, the last 2 perks you buy. I think that's how it works, right? You lose the first 2 perks you buy, and then second time you go down, you lose the second 2 perks you bought. I think. I don't know. I don't remember.
while he was there, he witnessed a fight between Steve and herself. He ran away, and she had just picked him up when they arrived. Both parties claimed that nothing inappropriate had taken place, and that any witnesses who had said otherwise
Like,
were
look at that,
simply
you can chain
confused
with a
or
knife,
didn't know
though.
what they saw. The pair were brought into the police station, and Billy's mother was called. The police gave her a brief synopsis of what happened, stating that they had found her son with Mary, but didn't divulge anything further. According to his mother, she wasn't told he was found sleeping in the back of Mary's car, or that he had given a fake name and age when questioned by the police, or that Mary had scrambled from the back seat to the front seat when police had arrived. All they knew was that Billy was found in the presence of a woman who she had come to trust with his safety, and that they were being questioned about that. They asked her what she wanted to do, and she told them to release Billy and Mary, as it sounded like nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Shortly thereafter, Mary would become pregnant. Her relationship with her husband had deteriorated over the years, to the point where it was unlikely that he was the father, though not impossible. At the same time, Steve had found Mary's journals, where she had written all about her relationship with Billy in lurid detail. She wrote the child love notes, talking about getting married and raising their child together, even though he was a child himself. The journals were graphic and horrifying, and completely changed how Steve had viewed the last couple of months with his wife. She had invited this 13-year-old over to their house. He had become friends with their children. He had slept over next to their 12-year-old son, all the while Mary had been grooming him and sexually abusing him. Although, to be clear, Steve didn't necessarily see the relationship as sexual abuse. Again, the majority of people do not fully understand sexual exploitation, especially sexual exploitation of young men. They were of the mindset that a body's reaction is the same as consent, and that if a young man was sexually pursued by an older woman, that didn't qualify as sexual abuse. In interviews he would give later on, he was more horrified at the fact that his wife, who he had been married to for nearly 2 decades, would cheat on him with a child. An adult he could understand, but a boy who was a year older than their son was horrifying. Steve would confront Billy with this information and tell him that both he and Mary would be in trouble if they continued to see each other. Steve stated he wouldn't tell anyone about the relationship in order to protect Mary. However, he could not completely keep it a secret. Steve would tell his friends and family what was going on in his marriage, how his seemingly perfect wife had been sleeping with a child, and how they were going to get her divorce. And at least one person in the family who heard the story felt that what was happening was wrong, because they would eventually call the police. According to Mary Kay, she was never arrested. In fact, no one had ever told her that having sex with a minor was wrong. So when she was contacted by the police in regards to her relationship with Billy, she was more concerned if he was the one in trouble. In various interviews, she has claimed that this concern stemmed from her belief that the police would accuse him of assaulting her, that they would think he, the 13-year-old, that she had been caught with on numerous occasions and taught, was the one in control of the relationship and had sexually assaulted her. She would elaborate by saying that she had such a small frame and looked innocent, whereas Billy was already bigger than she was. Mary would go on to clarify that she had no idea that she, a woman, could be accused of rape, and that the very notion was nonsensical. This is a statement she repeated until her death. To be clear, this is a belief that unfortunately many people have, as they state arousal can be used as a sign of consent. However, that is not true, no matter what gender. When Mary came into the police station for questioning, she claimed that she wasn't concerned with proving her innocence, but defending Billy and making sure she would be back at school the next day to, quote, take care of her kids, unquote. But that wouldn't happen. Once more, I have to recommend that you watch Autobiography Mary Kay Letourneau, which is linked in the description box down below, because it provides such an insight into the type of person Mary was. She's incredibly similar to Sherry Papini, not just in her appearance, but in the way she interacts with the world. She talks about her arrest and speaking with the police as if they pulled the wool over her eyes and tricked her into admitting to a crime, when all they did was ask about her relationship. The police, from what I have seen in this case, were extremely kind towards her and forthright with information. They told her exactly what was happening, that she needed to get a lawyer, and that she was never going to be allowed to teach again because she had sexually abused a student. Yet she acts as if this was a ludicrous thing to have done. She balks at the assertion that she shouldn't be allowed near children because of her actions, and tries to paint the police and the justice system to be monsters for saying so. To be clear, this was a woman who had groomed a minor, and his parent into trusting her with his well-being, far beyond the scope of her job, as well as introducing this minor to her son in order to have him spend the night at her home without suspicion, and then sleeping with him, and had taken control over his life and decision-making in just a few months. The court system was not wrong for wanting to monitor her interactions with children, but from Mary's point of view, everyone was just making a big deal out of nothing. To hear Mary Kay discuss her trial and sentencing, you would think that she was being treated completely unfairly, that she was set up to fail, that everyone in the court system was out to get her, and she had no chance of receiving justice. However, that was far from the case. Many people were sympathetic to Mary during the course of the case, namely because she was a woman. Though people viewed the case as being strange and her relationship with Billy as being inappropriate, many argued that she could not have raped him because she was an attractive woman. Similarly, Billy stated the relationship had been consensual and that he was deeply in love with his former teacher. Very little regard or weight was given to the fact that Billy had been groomed and exploited, and many media figureheads applauded him for sleeping with his attractive teacher. Throughout the lead up to the sentencing, Mary publicly stated she had done nothing wrong, that she didn't regret the relationship, and that all she wanted to do was get back to her normal life, to teaching. She seemed to believe, no matter what her lawyers or the courts told her, that she would be allowed to go free with virtually no consequences. Her lawyer would try to break the situation down to Mary, and eventually convinced her to plead guilty to avoid a lengthy trial. In multiple interviews given after the fact, Mary would say that this decision was extremely hard for her, but she was so self-sacrificing that she had wanted to ensure that Billy's family was protected and kept safe as much as possible. Their ultimate goal was to get her off on most of the charges and have her take court-ordered sex offender counseling without any jail time, but the prosecution was adamant that she should spend some form of time in the correctional system. Her ex-husband and family repeatedly stated that Mary was a wonderful person who did wonderful things, and that her actions with Billy were not exactly in line with what she had done. The lead prosecutor rebutted that assessment thoroughly, telling the media that anyone who sleeps with a minor is not what she considers to be a good person, no matter what qualifiers they state, which is accurate. While the prosecution wanted to sentence the former teacher to 7.5 years in prison, Mary Kay was able to take a plea agreement. She would plead guilty to 2 counts of child rape and receive 6 months in prison with a 3-year suspended sentence.
Oh, come on.
She would also be required to take court-ordered sex offender rehabilitation classes.
That's
Mary
it?
Kay's lawyer went over the details of the plea, including the fact that she would not be able to contact Billy or their newborn child, or her children with her first husband, or any other minor, and that she would be required to continue sex offender treatment outside of prison. Her own lawyer, the prosecution, her counselors, and the judge all verified to Mary that if she were to break any of the stipulations of her plea agreement, she would be incarcerated for the full 7 years, and she agreed. There are videos of her agreeing to this, and yet Mary Kay felt that was unjustified. So unjustified that she decided she wasn't going to do it. In her mind, she wasn't a sex offender. She wasn't even a pedophile. She had simply fallen in love with a 13-year-old, which was entirely different. She continued to repeat that the relationship had been consensual, and that she couldn't have taken advantage of him because he was a man, and would later go on to claim that the laws surrounding statutory rape were outdated and meant only for men. She would expand on her opinions about what happened to her as being unjustified, specifically because in Washington, there's a specification that an adult can marry a minor if they happen to be married. She believed that this one loophole was a sign that the law is sexist and unjust, therefore should not be applied. What she didn't seem to consider is that that portion of the law is outdated. Most people would agree that adding a stipulation like that does nothing to change the toll that it would take on a child, and would gladly vote to remove that portion of the law. They would not, however, remove the other portions criminalizing adults having sex with children. When Mary went in for her first counseling session, her court-mandated therapist reportedly told her that she was never going to be the same person she was. She would never teach children again, and that she would likely never see her children again due to her crimes. She explained this to Mary in the form of a metaphor. She told the sex offender that she needed to think of things as if her foot had been cut off. She could get a prosthetic, learn to walk and run again, even run faster than she had before, but she should never think that she still has that foot. Many viewed this as a horrible, untrue, and entirely unkind thing to say. One let her know that this counselor was not to be trusted and should be ignored entirely. She would later state that from the moment of that first counseling session, where she was told that she should not expect to talk to her children, that she decided she was simply going to ignore what the courts had said. She told as much to her lawyer, who tried to explain to Mary that she had gotten the best deal possible, and unless she wanted to spend more time in jail, she needed to abide by their rules. But she refused to do that. In her mind, she was standing up for injustice, and she was not going to go down without a fight. Her time in prison was allegedly not great. She was kept isolated from the other prisoners for her own safety due to child predation, and repeatedly refused to abide by any instructions given by the guards. She carried herself as if she was the one in charge, and would spend a significant amount of time in isolation because of that. Moreover, she would try to talk to her children as often as possible.
Insane, man. Right. Be back in a second. Dude, I'm getting rage baited so hard right now. I'm getting rage baited so hard right now. I went to go reply to a Dude, I'm actually getting rage baited so hard. I'm gonna throw something in a second here. There's this stupid guy who's on okay, I saw a video by Call of Duty videos on TikTok saying it's Wonderful's it's literally just Wonderful's video on Call of the Dead. The entire thing's 24 minutes long. He posts it's Wonderful's video on Call of the Dead. The entire thing's on TikTok. The people in the comments, like, they're lying about what round they got to, but like they're not even making it believable. So like the very top comment says flop for the first 25 hours of the game. Bro, what? Like, I agree. Like, no one's gonna okay. That kind of like reacting to the video. Here's what someone said. Lamau, I hit 107 back in 2013. Never recorded or anything, but it is, in fact, very possible. Huh? And I'm like 10 out of 10. I'm like 10 out of 10 rage bait. You almost got me there. I'm pretty sure that's like a lie. Like I'm pretty sure like he knows like the entire account's kind of like a little thing. What? Sure. Fine. Whatever. Then this next guy down here says, I got to 154 with a group of friends when I was like 15. 100% legit, took over 15 hours. There is so much. This is on Call of the Dead, by the way. There is so much wrong with that. Not possible. Assuming you use the new VR11 strat that can kill 40 to 47 zombies per teammate shot, which is only discovered in the last year, started on round 67, the current world record for 4P, and got perfect drops each round. Not possible since you have to move the box and you get 5 drops per round. It is way more likely that you would have box errored or hit reset way before you reaching 100, let alone 154. That's like the technical part. Using our brains here, we can be like, oh, you hit 154 in 15 hours? That means you had to play at 1.9 SPH the entire game, which is not physically possible. The fastest you can play in any zombies game is 2.791, which is on tag. If you're gonna lie, at least make it believable. Better yet, actually play the map, play the game. I swear that it has to be rage bait. That has to be rage bait. Yeah, it's not even possible on 2-player. Okay, here's the thing. I don't even play Black Ops 1. I'm not even a Black Ops 1 player. I don't even touch that game. I want to touch that thing with a 39.5-foot pole. But I at least have common sense and know what is and isn't possible. Breaks after 139 anyways? Does it really? I didn't know that. I don't even know. Okay, how many weapons are on that map? For my calculation I did, I used about 20 weapons for the max, or for, like, assuming you had a 1 in 20 average. I don't know how many weapons are in the box, though. I just said 1 in 20 for it, which sounds about right. Oh, so it probably just applies. It gives like that player like a local insta kill type of effect then. But yeah, I didn't know. I know that insta kill breaks. I didn't know that's kind of how it worked with that as well, though. I didn't know insta kill actually breaks on with the VR11 as well, though. That makes it even more unbelievable then. If the VR11 breaks after that, that means you have to go to back to just shooting each zombie individually or letting them bleed, which you are not making it that far with, let alone with reset. Dude, if you're gonna rage bait, make it believable, please. Like this guy said, oh, me and my friend we barely hit 100 when doing the East, like, barely hit over around 100 a few weeks after the map came out. I could actually believe that. That's possible. Like, I'm like, thank you for like writing an actual like possible thing. Did it happen? Probably not, but it's at least like somewhat possible. $15 hours for 154. Dude, that's something I would say when I was in like 6th grade, okay? He got round 300 on BO3 back in like 2019. Nice, of course. Everyone gets a 300 on BO3 at one point in their life. Anything for attention? Actually. An IRL interaction? Oh my gosh. Ugh. Like, if I was gonna try and lie about that on the internet, I would try to make it somewhat believable, okay? I want to make people question it, not outright tell me I'm a liar. If I want people to believe me, I have to go just above what's barely possible. Like, if I want someone to believe that I could say, oh, I got a 247, or sorry, I could say like I got a 250, I got a 256 on Black Ops 1 Moon. I actually got a 256 on Black Ops 1 Moon, but I don't have footage of it. That's actually believable, because that technically could happen. Dude, okay, King, I actually used to think that as well until like literally just like a week ago. I actually believed that until like a week ago, and then when I figured out that the health gets capped at 162 or whatever it is. I actually thought that as well. We all saw that one Black Ops 3 video on Shadows of Evil talking about it, right? Saying how the zombies' health was represented by a 64-bit integer. I believed it too. I didn't know that. I had no idea it gets capped at one point like that. Or whatever round it gets capped at. Dude, that's insane. You to believe it as well? Here's the thing. It makes sense though. That's I feel like that's why it was so believable. It makes sense to believe it. With it being a newer game, Black Ops 3, it would make sense that, oh hey, we're gonna use a higher value to represent the zombies' health. That way we don't run into insta-kill rounds again. You know, it fixes that issue. It makes sense. Using a 64-bit unsigned integer for that is not unreasonable. You know, there's no reason to not believe it. I love lying. Right, I have enough time, barely just enough time here to finish 2 rounds out. I gotta play all the way through, straight through 2 rounds here, but I do have enough time to finish 2 rounds before I go to work. I'll finish up by like 2:10. So I should get barely just before 470 hours. Or I could just finish this round and actually enjoy my time and do like literally anything else. You know, that's always an option. And play more tonight when I get home. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I don't know. One second. Okay. Real quick, we're gonna go to Zombie Kiss one last time. I'm gonna do one last thing for this here, because that guy actually replied.
Like the survival map of Black Ops 1. Most similar to
Well, it's like...
78 hours. Okay.
Town or Nuketown. Sure, you can get a ray gun, a scavenger, and a rocket launcher like the M72 Law, but these start dropping off in damage not long after round 50. And when by round 68, every single zombie has more health than the George.
You got it? Oh! All right, go for it. You do not die now. You better not die. .2 SPH right there.
Oh.
Ai, que eu tô desacreditado, velho. Nossa, tá? Manda no chat aí que eu te mostro, tá?
E todas as outras que a gente fez.
Ah, caiu pra... Acabou.
Alright. Duplicate. Average from 70 to 71. Taking 1343. We're not looking to kill. Making. Playing at 7 point. In losing. With box error. Set 139 due to the insta-kill bug. Not possible. There we go. There we go. Julian, I think of my last hit before Teddy. Yeah, don't die now. The most that guy would have gotten is maybe like a 140, like mid 140s, and that's even if like he's telling the truth, which he's not, obviously. So. Sorry, but trust me, bro, isn't proof anymore. All right. No, did he respond? Guess I got lucky? No way. Alright, this guy's just rage baiting. He just got, guys, he got lucky. He just managed to avoid box error, reset, and as well, he managed to somehow not bug out the VR11. That's insane. There is no luck when it comes to that.
Coming up on Takedown with Chris Hansen. He's intent upon seeing this thing through.
Yes.
In Livingston Parish, Louisiana, it's an arrest days in the making.
He's the target, not us.
The predator is the prey.
That's right.
A man so sinister, so cunning, it sends chills through
Oh.
everyone on
Dude,
the
I'm getting rage baited by this guy on TikTok so hard right now, and it actually is making me so mad.
What happened?
So you have Wonderful, or yeah, you have Wonderful, and he makes those videos on YouTube and everything. This account on TikTok, Call of Duty Videos, reposts his video on there, his entire Call of the Dead video. So some people are leaving like
Entire thing.
Yeah, like the entire 24-minute thing. Yeah.
Classic.
Some people are leaving like obvious bait comments, like, "Oh, I got to this round, this round." There's this one guy though who's insistent that he got to round 154 on a 4-player game on Call of the Dead. And okay, I'm thinking, all right. And he said it took him
Is there even a 154 on any fucking 4P on BO1?
No. So.
Bro, yeah, I was gonna say there probably isn't even like a 130. Like, what the fuck?
No, I think the world record right now is a 67. On that.
Fuck no. No, I'm saying on any map on BO1.
Oh yeah, I have no idea. No clue.
Literally any map. I think Kino or Ascension is the highest.
But this guy's super insistent that he got like back like 2013 that he got
bro.
It's gotta be a rage
4P is
bait.
only 106.
It's gotta be a rage bait. There's no way. And he got and so I kind of like I'm like this is not possible, and I give all the reasons why. I'm like you'd box error, you'd reset. There's no way. That means you have to play at 1.9 SPH. There's just no way this is happening. And he goes and he just responds, "I guess I got lucky." Yeah, it's rage bait. Dude, I got rage baited so hard there. It actually pissed me off.
I guess I got lucky.
It pissed. I just got on top of the containers glitch. We had pack a bunch of weapons and all our perks. I'm like, your pack a bunch of weapons aren't doing a thing against around 140 zombie. All right, no, that's not happening. Right, your VR11's not doing anything at that point. You get 36 kills max with that thing, whatever it is, 24, 36.
I gotta do 50 hunter rumors. Let's go, Will done.
That guy made me so mad. Oh my gosh. I'm like seething right now.
Holy fuck.
And because I spent so much time being rage baited by that, I'm not gonna be able to complete 2 rounds now before I go to work. He actually won. He won against me. I'm so angry at that. Well, I can't complete 2 rounds. I have to play non-stop though the entire time before I go to work, which I don't really want to do. just gonna play the end of this round, then off. I'll play one when I get home tonight. I'll ruin my really good sleep schedule for tag. Super sad.
Super sad.
I'm waking up at like 7:30 in the morning right now and going to bed at like 9 to 10. It's so good.
I went to bed at 4.
And waking up at what time is it for you? 12?
I woke up at like 10:30.
Oh. Okay.
I did wake up at like 8, but then went back to bed. If I wake up and her ass is still on the phone, I'm going back to sleep. Type shit. We be FaceTiming while we sleep. We might be weird.
Ah, it's fine. Oh, I'm gonna work today though. It kinda sucks. I wanna stay home and play Bloons Tower Defense 6 and tag. And I work 6 hours tomorrow and I don't get a break. And then I have to work 7 hours on Saturday and I don't get a break. Two to 9. Ugh.
Mario Kart Tour looks really fucking bad.
Isn't that like the open world game?
Yeah. Why is MC doing multiple tricks in the air right now? Like, this game looks so shit. Bro. And there's like fucking 20 people in a race? Okay, yeah, this game is... What the fuck are they doing?
I'll see if I can manage to finish this round by like 12:10. I'll say 12. I'll say 12:30. If I can finish this round before 12:30, then I'll play another round. So I got an hour and 30 minutes to finish this round. Or hour and 22. Cause that'll put me at 2 o'clock by the time I finish my next round. I'm gonna have this game done in 2 weeks from now. 2 weeks on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yay! It's gonna be so much fun.
And then we start the Firebase.
Firebase 3P, I'm joining.
Did you have a PS5?
I do.
You do, right? Do you have Cold War?
Yep.
You can join on 935 if you
I'm
want.
not joining that, no.
No, on 935.
Let's go. I'll join on around 935 and I'll...
Because we want 4 people. We want 2 other people to join us so we can play a 4P round on 935. See how long it takes.
It's gonna be an
Probably
order.
like 40 minutes.
Order round. 40 minutes? That's it?
We'll have 4 M79s, bro. We'll be fucking melting the spawns.
That's a good point. Are you gonna be playing Motor Pool or the?
Motor Pool, yeah.
Okay. I assume that strategy gets like way safer the more people you have.
Oh yeah. Like if we have like 2P's gonna be pretty pissed.
I'm going to play. Yeah, I'm gonna play Forsaken whenever I get to Cold War. That's gonna be the first one I do. Not Mauer.
I'd rather do Mauer or fuck Forsaken.
Forsaken
That shit
is
is
my
so
favorite
bad.
map though. I love that map. It's so bright
I hate
and
that
colorful.
fucking map.
Mauer's just like, oh, look at me, I'm raining or something.
He thinks he's gonna fulfill his fantasy.
Oh yeah.
Yes, master.
And in the end, I come face to face with the Master.
takedown, yes.
The detective, posing as the girl, asks if she's too young. Christian tells the girl she'll be his property and that she will need to be trained, but he has no problem with her age. The detective asks how the girl will be trained. Christian says there will be rules and that if she doesn't follow them, she'll be punished, and that from now on, she must address him as master. For days, the text messages back and forth get more graphic and disturbing. The
Why do
detective
flies even
reminds
exist?
Christian that the girl is only 14, but that doesn't stop him. And he goes so far as to tell her he's buying a collar for her, like a dog collar. He tells her he won't have to choke her if she follows the rules, and that he's going to take her virginity and stomp it into the ground. Christian, aka the Master, makes a plan to meet the girl in person, but Sheriff Jason Ard has plans of his own.
Sheriff, this fella has talked online for days now of being a master to this 14-year-old girl being his slave. What's the status of this guy?
So we've been working this little thing pretty hard, and so what we're looking at now is he's actually sending a Uber over here to pick her up.
So he's checked into a nearby hotel.
Checked into a nearby hotel, sending an Uber here to pick her up to bring her back to him at this hotel room.
Right. And so what is our plan at this point?
So right now we're actually going to make sure with the hotel room that he actually is checked in, identify him, and then we're gonna, once the Uber driver gets here, we'll probably have a little conversation with him, and then we'll go from there. So he may have somebody Uber to him, but it ain't gonna be what he expects.
Okay, we shall see.
Yes.
Sheriff Ard, his team, and I make a plan for when the Uber driver arrives to pick up the underage girl.
How far is the hotel from here?
Right there, about like 3 minutes. Maybe 2 minutes.
2 minutes away. So the hotel is 2 minutes away. So we're going to know very shortly if, in fact, he is at the hotel.
Right. Yeah, we're getting a manifest from the front office.
We should know that before the Uber driver gets here. And once the Uber driver gets here, then we can do what we need to do.
We can talk to the Uber driver and enlist him to be a part of the.
She can have to get ordered the Uber. We can go through that meeting, give his name to it too, and she has his number too. So it's all going to put them all together.
Right.
Wherever he's at.
Got it. And so then the choice is: do you still try to get him to come here, or do we go visit him there?
I like the plan of possibly trying to cancel the Uber driver because
I'm gonna look up
she's underage, she can't ride. That may help us out a little bit.
But the fact that he has relocated from where he lives to this hotel, which is minutes from our Sting location, and the fact that he's sending an Uber driver, that shows that he's intent upon seeing this thing through.
Without a doubt, which is really a little nerve-wracking about the whole deal. I mean, he's thought this thing through. I mean, he really thought this thing.
He's put a lot of time and planning and effort into this.
Yes.
But he's talking about all this master-slave stuff too, which is disturbing when you think about the target of his desire is a 14-year-old girl. It's grooming. It's serious grooming.
It is. It's sickening. But it.
I mean, he's talking about dog collars and calling him master and all the other details that we know.
These are the type of people that we're here for.
Right.
Get off the street because they are beyond dangerous, if you ask me. You know, it's just.
And targeting our most vulnerable.
Oh, yeah. He just don't understand this morning. He's the target, not us.
The predator is the prey.
That's right.
But it is kind of scary. He's got this that much mapped out and that planned out.
Yeah, I mean, that's concerning, right?
Yes, this is. I mean, he's got it all planned out.
Yes. And he gave minimum information.
Being very cautious.
Yes.
You think he's got any idea what's on the other end of these chats?
Not at all.
He thinks he's going to fulfill his fantasy.
We should be here in a minute.
28:30. Nice.
Probably in the office, we can go down and
talk with him.
And see when we can get him to come up here. Would be ideal if we could get the Uber driver to come up.
Wait,
The
Zombie,
Uber
are you
driver
running?
shows up on time and calls the number per.
Are you running mule? You're running mule kick, right? course. Okay. How did you get your? Did you have to use the fire sale to get it, or did you just get it from the first box? Everything you needed. I assume very, very first box. Should be a little faster, I would think. Like a 26 for that, but...
Provided it's answered by the decoy.
Answer, answer. Shh. Answer it, Evelyn. Your name is Snow.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
It's in the back apartments.
You said the back apartment.
Yes.
Okay, that's where I'm at right now. Do you have a specific number on the door?
You have to go
behind. Right in here where the gate's at.
You have to go behind that.
Okay.
The detectives head outside to talk to the driver to gather more information on the man who booked the car service. The driver then comes into the Sting house to talk further with Sheriff Ard and me, and she gives us some troubling information.
So we're gonna try to get her to make a phone call.
Got it.
To him, and basically we can't pick up minors, that kind of stuff.
Right.
However, he's wanting her to bring the kid back to Harvey.
Which is near New Orleans.
Yes.
Past Metairie.
Past Metairie.
Yeah.
So he was not, in fact, going to bring her to the nearby hotel. He wanted her, the girl, being her, to go into the Uber and go back to his house, which was closer to New Orleans. How was it? 45 minutes from here?
No, it's about an hour. I GPS an hour and 26.
Hour and 26 minutes. So he wanted to put her in an Uber and travel her an hour and 26 minutes.
Yes.
To bring his slave to the master.
Pretty much.
The driver then makes a call to Christian.
Hello, Christian. Hey, Christian.
Yeah?
Hey, I just spoke with you not that long ago. Look, I won't be able to pick up an underage minor and bring them that far out.
Oh, okay. No problem then.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Okay. He just canceled.
So he canceled.
He just canceled. Yeah.
And we heard what he said. He sounded pretty casual about it
Yeah.
all. But the fact that he was trying to bring her an hour away.
It's scary.
It's very frightening, especially given, I mean, it's frightening no matter what, but given the scenario, the master, the slave, the whole thing.
And he's thought this thing out so much. I mean, look at what he's done. And I'm going to be at this hotel room.
That was a lot.
Right. And look, he's been very upfront about, I'm the master. I'm going to do this. You're going to do that. And so now he has an Uber driver coming over here to pick up this young lady.
And
Actually,
wants her to
kid.
think that she's going just a few minutes away to a
And
hotel,
so
but
when
he's
she
going to
gets-
drag her an hour
She was gonna
plus
get in the
away
car. She was going to turn around and have to bring her all the way to Harvey.
if he was going to bring her back.
He wasn't going to bring her back.
He was going to hold her
Tell
captive.
him. To me, he's been lying the whole time about everything, and he's trying to basically get her where he's comfortable.
What do you think would have happened to this 14-year-old girl had she gotten in the Uber and traveled over to his house an hour plus away?
It's very frightening to even think about what would have happened. This is scary. These are people out here preying on our children. This guy right here.
Hold her captive.
Yes. So
This is far from over.
Far from over.
Yeah.
And it was very far from over, because 30 minutes later, the master reaches out again.
So bring me up to speed here. He has now continued the conversation with the decoy posing as the 14-year-old girl.
Yes.
And he's sending another Uber?
He wondered why or how the Uber knew I was underage, and I told him I got scared and told her because I know she'd want to check my ID or something. And he got kind of mad. I asked him why he wanted me to go to New Orleans. He said, because I'm not coming anywhere near your house, and you're not going anywhere near my house or my car. And kind of went from there. He said, I don't really trust you, but then sends me
What are
another
we
Uber.
watching? A
So what do you
Chris
think his
Hansen
plan is?
video. We have Chris Hansen's.
Maybe me not telling my age. You don't want me to tell the age, but I'm gonna make some up.
It's
with
his
new
basically
Uber
it's to
driver.
catch a predator, but
So
a
now you
new
gotta go
one
through
called
the
Takedown.
whole investigative process again with the Uber driver.
Yeah. And tell him, hey, I'm gonna try to give him the say,
Something
hey,
to
this your
keep me
kid,
sane, pretty
you
much.
know, we gotta get an ID, something.
So you're gonna bring the driver up here, have
do one more time.
driver call master.
Yes.
But what does this guy think is gonna happen? I mean, the girl didn't
Did
get
they
in the car
catch
the
you
first
yet?
time.
Oh my gosh.
He's hoping I don't
Bro.
say my age or I'm underage this time. We'll just
Got
play
him.
it.
I think that's
See
like the
how
best
young I-
response I've ever heard to that. Did they catch you yet?
Oh, shouldn't be tempted.
Oh my gosh. Following. Such a stupid answer. Blanket on to do another word? I don't know. Dude, Blank's not gonna get this. Blank is not gonna get this Wordle. It's not happening. This word is so dumb. I barely got it myself. Zodis barely got it. He had, I think, what, one word to spare? Oh.
I look and ask for an ID.
But he is
Woo! A little scary. I didn't pay attention. Little scary right there. The pusher? That wasn't even the pusher. Oh my gosh, my heart dropped. Alright. Do you have hacks or something? No, I have ABH though. Holy man. Alright, how do I want to go and get ammo here? Alright. Where did that one come from? Oh, they're respawning. Alright, we're just gonna play this like normal. Go all the way up, like we would usually do. Over. Down and zip line. Pop rags? I can't. They'll mess up the zombies' health. Four, 5, 6, 7. Alright. Should be good there. Alright. Whew! A little scary. Give me a second. I'll read chat in just a minute here. Oh my gosh, my heart. That was the first time I have ever had to use ABH this entire game. I've never had to use it yet. That was the very first time. Okay, so, here's all that's going on. So, I've been in this game for 467 hours, ever since, like, December 29th. Right around there. I'm playing on the hardcore difficulty. So that means the zombies' health will continuously increase like they do in the older Call of Duty games, like in Black Ops 1. And because they increase like that forever, that means there are insta-kill rounds on this game, on hardcore. Now, the insta-kill rounds start on 163, and once you get to 362, they will continue forever. So that's why I can kill the zombies infinitely. Right now, it is round 500 or 614, I think. Yeah, it's around 614. Because once you get to 255, the next the round counter can't go over 255. So it loops back around to 0. Then 257 is 1. I've done that twice by this point. I've looped the round counter. So that's why it says 100, only 102 again. And my gun is invisible because I only got this gun at about hour 435. And if you're not, whatever guns you're not holding, or whatever guns you're holding, are really going to be the only ones that are visible the rest of the game. So if I go to try to purchase a wall weapon, that gun will also be invisible. Just because I haven't had it in my inventory for so long, it just doesn't work like that for some reason. Although the gun still does work here. That's why my other gun, the Helion, is visible, since I've had this one the entire game. This one is not, though, since I haven't. Ah, okay. There we go. That's pretty much a TLDR what's all going on in this. Let me lock in for the rest of the round here real quick. The rounds are about an hour and a half, so this round should be about 1 more hour. Do that anywhere but here. I actually could have Dying Wished right there, and that would have been... I'd much rather ABH than Dying Wish. Dying Wish means I have to play good for only, I don't know, 2.5 hours. Or Dying Wish means I have to play good for like 3 hours. ABH only means I have to play good for the rest of the round. I don't really get anything from this, no. This is it's kind of for fun, just to see how high I can get. It's the first ever 600 on Black Ops 4, though, so, you know, there's that. It's kind of fun. The game resets at 522 hours, though, so that's when the game will end. So I got about under 60 hours to go, and then the game will be over. Thankfully. He gets 650k if I get 650. I wish. Alright, let me pay attention to my ammo this time. Because I have no more, like, bail me out cards. I did go crazy. So a big portion of the game, about 320 hours, was spent pressing one button, just knifing like this, over and over, where all the zombies climb up at. So, Pack-a-Punch causes the map to crash after 90 hours from when you turn it on, so I had to play as long as I could without Pack-a-Punch. Which meant that once I got to 362, that's all I was doing, was pressing a single button. So. I need mocha, my throat hurts. Ladies be liking your fingers? Oh my gosh. That's actually incredible. W fingers? Let's go, W fingers. So I got about 2 weeks or so left in this game, Trick, and then it'll be over with, finally. Abs on my thumb? Yeah, pretty much. My thumb has a six-pack. Awakened has weak fingers. He's like, oh, my fingers hurt. Sad. Tell him to play some tag. Everyone loves tag. The landlord wanted to see him play yesterday. Like, play Call of Duty. Best TV voice, no home. Dude, okay, I don't know why. Dude, why did Twitch block that? That's crazy. Why did Twitch... Okay. Oh, it's because of the no homo part. I've had a lot of people at my work say that. A lot of the customers. I'm fat and gay. What? What? I'm fat and gay. Yeah, we know! Exclamation point. I'm Australian? Ooh. It's neat. I've rarely ever had anyone from Australia be here. I guess... Well, no, New Zealand isn't.
Fortnite!
Yeah, Fortnite! Ooh!
Woo!
Fortnite! We love Fortnite!
Woo, woo, woo!
It's like that one dog with the little thingies, the thing on his head. Wee woo, wee woo, dog. Fortnite done updating? Let's go. I can not play Fortnite. I won't be playing it. When's the event in Fortnite? I forget. I know there's an
I don't
event.
fucking know.
There's an event happening soon with like Darth Vader and the Death Star and whatnot.
He's gonna come up and be like, I am your father. And everyone's gonna be like, oh my god!
No way! He's our father! And then everyone started dancing. And everyone was like, yeah, let's go. And they all had a big dance party. What's this clip here? I don't want to click on this, but I think I will. Oh, it's this one.
Oh, you stay back.
That's what I remember that one. I love that. You stay back. I can't do that voice. I have like a cold, what are they called? A canker sore in my mouth. I have one at the very like back of my throat though. And it's like the most unfortunate spot of all time. And it actually sucks and I can't talk because of it. I mean, ew, gross.
Guys, that guy is going to take 14 downs on the Firebase Z935. I don't think anyone understands. He's going to go down 14 times.
Rip. 14 downs?
14!
That's gonna be way more. You guys gotta go flawless so you can submit it for like a 2P flawless.
Dude! We can't, we're rejoining. I mean, just don't mention that to anybody.
Oh,
Our downs are resetting every time we rejoin. Just don't mention that to anybody.
Oh, of course, of course, of course. We've been sucking? Absolutely nothing. I just get unlucky. I don't know why.
10 on the Mauer? Yeah, because your ass is poop.
Like literally.
Dookie poop.
Got him. Mimics grab me, I'm dead. Just don't let them grab you then.
Bro, yeah, bro's gonna rejoin and have no armor.
Yeah, if you have no armor on, they'll be like, come here, you, and they'll give you a big smooch, and you'll die from it.
Bro's gonna rejoin and have no fucking armor. Nice, man. No armor, and you have to buy perks. Bro, I'm literally gonna have to portal every time with you. Like, what the fuck?
Don't
buy
portal?
perks and pab. There's no way you're gonna have time to do that without just fucking dying. Oh yeah, keep the zombies on your trip.
Oh no, you're fine, Trick. That's fine. Oh. My brain's too rotted anyways to understand like half of what anyone says anymore, so it doesn't really matter. This game's rotted me to the core. I'm like, I don't know, something else rotted.
It's fine. I'm gonna find the tech to spawn you in the first room
I was
anyway.
gonna make a bad apple joke, but Spawn me 1,280 meters away. Yeah, that's fine. Just glitch outside the map. It'll be way easier.
Dude, I single-handedly, I think, saved the Mauer game.
How?
With the rejoin tech that I came up with.
How does that work? Like, how can you rejoin on that like late of a round? I thought there was like a limit. Like Black Ops 4,
Land
you can't
play?
join after like some amount of time.
It's not. It's just offline.
Oh.
It's like BO3. You just join back whenever.
B4 is just stupid. Hey, don't call it that. Don't call it stupid. Come on. Every other game has a local rejoin. That sounds like a skill issue. Just don't disconnect. Somehow. How do you even disconnect from a local game?
Server goes out or your internet goes out.
But it's local though. That's the crazy thing.
You're still connected to a fucking server then. I mean, unless you're playing together in the same room on beanbag chairs.
Let's do that. It's fun. You can have like a long sleepover. It's like 3 days. Not actually maybe not, don't do that actually. Don't do that because that's like that'd be not probably good.
2-week sleepover with that guy. The room's gonna smell like shit.
Take a shower. There's 2 of you there. You can alternate. It's like, oh, we won't be efficient then. One of you just stay on the safe the entire time. I don't know.
The safe on Firebase.
Yeah, the it's new there. They added it just the other update. It's a 1 spawn in Firebase now. No mimic spawn and
Let's
no
go.
anglers spawn. Firebase 1 spawn, I would actually bust. It's so humid down here, man. It's so hot. I don't like it. Still like 45 minutes in this round to go. I want to know how they managed to make a 1 spawn on tag. Like, what happened for them to screw it up? Like, what spawns are even supposed to be active here? Like, this one? Maybe the one below on the 2nd floor? And that's it.
Persistent.
Very persistent, yes, he is.
The master sends another Uber to pick up the underage girl, but the sheriff's office has a ruse of its own. Decoy makes a call to the master.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah?
They're not here anywhere. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I hear ya.
Hello?
They're not here.
They're not here.
Okay,
What if they ask for my age?
tell them you're 18.
Tell them you're 18.
What if they don't believe me?
Then,
Critical.
that,
What is that supposed to mean?
it means what it means. He's not supposed to ask you that.
Okay.
Do you walk to the corner? Your corner, where you are?
I'm at the corner. I think I see him. Hold on. He's not here.
Where are you? Where exactly are you?
I'm outside.
Alright, what is the name of the block you're on?
The block?
Yeah.
There's not a name for the block.
Well, go to Aspen.
I'm on Aspen.
I just asked you that.
No, you said the block, not the road.
What?
Nothing.
What kind of phone do you have?
An Android. What kind of phone do you have?
Apple.
Apple? Android?
I'm gonna go back inside before somebody sees me just walking around.
No, stay outside and look for the driver.
I've been looking for the driver. I don't see them.
Well, keep looking.
I can only look so long.
You'll look
Those
for
who
as long
look.
as I tell you to.
Crows who knows who goes.
Yes, master.
What?
I don't see him.
What?
You'll look for as long as I tell you to.
Yes, master. I don't see him.
Crazy,
Are you
man.
in front of your apartment?
Yes.
Go out to the front of the building.
I am. I'm gonna call you right back.
Okay.
Christian does not give
That had to have been coming from in the video I was watching. There's no way.
Go out to the front of the building.
I am. I'm gonna call you right back.
Okay.
Christian
Yes, master. I don't see him.
Are you in front of your apartment?
Yes.
Go out to the front of the building.
I am. I'm gonna call you right back.
Okay.
Christian does not give up easily. He sends a total of 4 Ubers to pick up the 14-year-old girl and bring her to his apartment near New Orleans. A warrant is issued for his arrest, and another sheriff's office picks him up and puts him in custody. Following his arrest and booking, Christian agrees to speak with me at the sheriff's office. What you'll see next is the full conversation between myself and the self-proclaimed master.
Hey, Christian, how you doing?
Good afternoon.
How's it going today?
I'm alright.
Yeah, you had kind of a rough day yesterday, huh?
I sure did.
What happened?
Let's go, guys. Wilder's about to get round 900 on Tagged or Toten.
Let's go! I am. I didn't know that.
Pop a round robin. 300 of them.
Oh, my bad. Alright, easy. You look to his refresh after 25 minutes, you get to use one each round. Round robin would break this game so badly. You use one every single round. It would just take 25 minutes per round.
Megas. It'd be banned anyway, but...
Probably,
Megas.
no, not probably, 100%, yeah. They would start being useful after like maybe 200.
I'm glad we don't have anything like banned on Cold War besides fucking M79 PhD for no support. There's no like fucking cheese.
Cheese is fun.
Can't skip rounds.
Cheese is good though. We like cheese.
Cheese is good, but skipping a full round is kind of...
Ban everything, no joysticks. No joysticks.
Yeah.
Looking around's too OP.
We should ban everybody that's that lives in New Jersey.
Ban everyone who's not me. Look at me, I'm the world record holder. Let's go. That's how I would run the website if I got to. Ban everyone that's not me.
We need to ban everyone who lives in New Jersey.
Dude, stop.
The whole state, bro.
New Jersey gets world record. No, New Jersey doesn't get.
Bro, Gray has the weirdest fucking school known to man, bro. He'll send me pictures, bro. There's people like laying on desks with fucking cheese sticks and shit. Like, I don't know what's going on, man.
That's just how school is. You've been out of the loop of school for like 2 years, you know?
Bro, I guess.
Y'all want to see? Yeah, I want to see. Send it in the Discord.
Guy literally full sprawled out on the desk. like, bro.
Send it and say it's drained. Don't even don't say anything.
Dude!
Just say it's drained.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking
He's
god,
so
bro.
funny. Never before seen drain pictures. Why'd the picture make my teeth so yellow? What the heck?
Yeah, like what is going on here, bro? That guy's full sprawled out, man. He's definitely locked in. 2 combat styles. Well, why are we getting 2 combat styles?
What does that even mean?
I don't know.
My bad.
You tell me.
I'll make sure to.
You tell me.
That's not full sprawled out on a desk. That's just. Oh wait, no, he is. I see his legs.
He's locked in.
What the
for
heck
sure.
is he doing? Fuck his position.
I don't have any. Oh my god.
Those in positions of power. All right, 9. Those who hold positions of power.
Like, bro.
Please, this Wordle is so difficult. How's the game? Kind of sucks, not gonna lie. I'm kind of bored. I'm gonna play one more round as well today. Or tonight, or this morning. I don't want to. Why does it suck? I don't know. Why don't you tell me? Oh, I had to pop an ABH for the first time ever this game. Just a little bit ago, zombie. You missed it. I was reading chat, I got distracted, and I got to 40 HP and had to pop it. I teleported to spawn though, so I was fine. Yeah, it was actually top 10 most scary things of all time.
No, I just teleported. I just popped an ABH in fucking RuneScape.
Pop an ABH IRL, it'd be so crazy.
That'd be insane, actually. What if you just get really unlucky?
You get teleported like the bottom of the Mariana Trench.
You're just fucked.
Oh wow.
It's literally anywhere. It's anywhere in the world.
You'd spontaneously combine.
You either get God RNG. What is even God RNG?
Not spawning like 10,000 miles.
Spawning in a bank vault.
No, I'm thinking worse. Like you could spawn.
No, you can only spawn on floor.
Okay.
Let's say this.
All right, spawn only floor, bottom of the sea floor. Still bad RNG. That's like the worst RNG.
No ocean, no ocean. You have to be able to breathe, okay?
Alright, you have to be able to breathe. It's spawn on the ground. I don't know. Probably somewhere like, I don't know.
It has to be ground level. You can't spawn in a fucking cave 10,000 feet below.
Ground level, no caves, no oceans, no sky.
What would be like just a bank vault?
Bank vault would kind of suck, yeah.
Bank vault would be decent RNG. I don't know. How would you get out? You'd be fucked.
They got
Be
open
dead.
it. You
No
just
one would
start
know.
banging on it. They probably have cameras inside the
True.
vault. Like,
Yeah,
you're gonna
true.
notice
There'd
someone
be
just
fucking
magically
alarms going,
appearing there.
woo, like, bro, immediately.
Yeah. Dude, you know how much questioning you're gonna have towards you? Like, oh, how'd you teleport there, huh?
I popped a mega.
I popped it. I ABH'd, bro. What do you mean? How do you not know? Have your homeboy shoot himself and pop a nowhere but there? Actually? Imagine someone smuggling, like, ABH into jail, like prison for you. Like, yo guards, look at this. You blow a bubble and you just teleport. Yeah, I went to bed last night, cleared it at like 9:30. I was tired, yeah. It was nice though. I mean, it to work. It wasn't really fun. You've got to know this. You've got to know this. Here's the moves it starts with. Bait the rook. He's gonna take it. Well, I'm also trying to like fix my sleep schedule a little bit, Cletus, so it helps to get to bed at like a decent hour. Cletus, your words get so lucky, by the way. I hope you know that. Cletus, I forgot to use your word this morning. I'll use it tomorrow morning, but I have to show you my words. You have to see how, like, lucky my fifth word was. No, Cletus. You don't understand how good my fifth word was, like, the best word I could have used. Look at this. This fifth word is actually such a smart move because it forced the letter D to be in a specific spot. Like, it was actually the smartest move I could have made. And it is that fifth word is the only reason I got the word, by the way. That fifth word is the only reason. And I... Oh my gosh. Fifth word RNG. This is what I said verbatim. Yeah, what do you need help with, Cletus? You have to know this. Here's the move to start with. Take the rook. They're gonna bait it. Hi, my name's Dr. Lupo and I cheat in chess tournaments. But how to go about it? Okay. So, I assume it's in advertising. Make little videos on little TikTok, Twitter, post them on Twitter, TikTok, things like that. Here are, and like, just flat out say what it is, you know. How I started Twitch was I just said, hey, here's what I'm doing, go follow me. And it kind of worked. So do the exact same thing. Be like, hey, I'm making some Twitters for porn only? No, it can be for commissions too. At the same time? Yeah, at the same time. You can be both at the same time. What is that banking? Round's almost over. I got another 20 minutes in it, but... Drain sells to everyone? Is this true, Drain?
What?
Do you sell to everyone? That guy said you do, so he would never.
What happened?
I don't know. Do you sell to everyone?
What are we talking here? Selling what?
I don't know. He just says he literally just said Drain sells to everyone. He said no topic, nothing.
Wow.
It's a yes. Let's go. Drain starts an OnlyFans account. It's $1 billion. He sells geek bars to 70-year-old grandmas.
Yeah.
How much do they pay you?
$1 million.
$1 million?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. It's crazy. Whoa, we have To Catch a Predator, or not To Catch a Predator, but it's a Chris Hansen first, a female faking her age to groom a minor. No way. That's like super that's like a shiny Pokemon. Oh, boo-hoo, YouTube, get over it. After the ads you've shown me, you don't get to tell me that I can't block ads. Speaking of which, I wonder if
I cannot tell you how many times I'm asked if we ever see female predators, women who take advantage
Maybe
of
like a really
other
evil
boys
and
or
screwed up
girls.
Pokemon?
The answer is we don't see them in my usual takedown predator investigations, but we have seen them in different ways. The teacher-student scenario, and just really this past week, we saw it again. A 24-year-old woman named Elisa Thomas is now under arrest for running off with a 13-year-old boy named Tristan Wade. We have some good news now. Tristan has been found, recovered, and Elisa Thomas is being held on criminal charges. Tristan and his mom Brittany join me now. Guys, thanks for being with me.
Thank you for having us.
You're welcome. Tristan, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
I know you're having your forensic interview very soon, and I don't want to get into too many details of what happened to you, but it's safe to say that this person took advantage of you. How did she become your friend? How did you get to know her?
So basically, when I went to a party with a couple of my friends, and she was there, and we kind of just like talked a little bit.
Did you know how old she was?
No, I did not.
What was the plan? What was it that she said that got you to go with her on this?
Alright, so basically, I asked her to check my phone, and apparently my mom texted that she would pick me up at the skate park, but in reality, she didn't. So that was a lie that Alyssa told me. Alyssa said that she would take me to the skate park because I don't really know where that's at.
And so she tricked you?
Yes.
And what happened after Alyssa said that she would take you to the skate park?
She asked me if it's alright if she stopped by your dad's, and I was like, sure.
And so you stopped by the dad's, and then what happened?
She basically just grabbed a bunch of blankets. Well, she grabbed the backpack. I didn't see what was in the backpack, but when we got down to Portland, I figured out it was blankets.
It's probably about as much as we can. So that's probably about as much as we can ask on that stuff right now.
Yeah, I know your mom is concerned about getting into too many details, and I totally understand that. So Tristan, I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're back. And take care of yourself, all right?
All right, thank you.
All right, nice to talk. Brittany, I cannot imagine the fear you were experiencing during all those hours that Tristan was gone.
It was really hard. I mean, I also have two other younger ones who are 5 and 4 who didn't even know what was going on. But we had to, still send to school, still pick up from school, still act for them like things were okay.
When did you first realize Tristan was missing?
So when he didn't show up at 10, I mean, 10 o'clock is the latest he has ever stayed out. Like, he's never stayed out past later than that and not have gotten a hold of me. And so when I left Angel's house at 5:50-ish, because I went in, searched the house,
And Angel's house is where he was supposed to be.
Yeah, the house he was supposed to be. The mom was there. We kind of like looked around the backyard. We looked at our Life 360 app, and I was like, it says that he's supposed to be here. And so we just kept looking around, and we didn't see it. And then they're like, he said he was gonna walk home. And so, I was just like, what, fine. If he wants to walk home, we had planned to surprise all the kids by taking him out to dinner. I was like, he can, walk home, and we'll just bring him takeout. And we went and had dinner, and we got home, and I called, and it rang. It wasn't turned off. He just didn't answer. So I figure, well, now he's probably thinking he's in trouble, so he's probably going to hang out a little bit longer and, come home and apologize. Better to ask forgiveness than permission. And so when he didn't show up at 10, I was just like, he's never stayed out this late. He hasn't contacted me in 5 hours. And then I called the police, and then she had me come down to the police station.
And when did you realize that Tristan was with this 24-year-old woman, Alyssa Thomas?
I knew that he was seen and they had told me that he had left with Alyssa, so I knew that they had left together. I did not know that Alyssa was 24 at that time. I didn't know she was 24 until I went down and filed the police report.
And when did you realize that...
No.
both Alyssa and Tristan were headed towards Portland.
The next morning, when I started reading things that people were posting on Facebook and Snap, I mean, that night we went home and we had the Facebook pages up and going, and we had people out looking in the Albany area. People had said that he'd been seen in the Albany area. So the next morning, you know, me and my boyfriend and our friends, we went and searched the mall. We went and searched like all the parks.
No.
And I called the hospital. Like, we went and searched everywhere that I could think of here in Albany. And then I got a call from someone that she had called and said, hey, they're trying to hitchhike to Portland. Like, she's trying to get me to come get her. So then that's when I called the police again, and I was like, hey, do you guys realize that she is not only still with Tristan, she is trying to get to Portland? And the dispatcher
Well, I
told me
fucking
that
love
he would take a
RuneScape.
note and pass it on.
What'd you
And
get?
that was like the first time
Nothing.
that they were still telling me.
I just really love this
"There's
game.
not much
Usually
you can
people say that
do
to get
unless you
something
give us
really
a place
good
to
or
search."
something. Oh, I love this game.
No, I'm just autistic as fuck. I love this game.
They
It's so good.
Ryan, call them.
I'm not calling them, no.
Call them, dude. It's worth it.
Who are we calling?
AutoZone. Call them and ask for part 14703.
Call them and ask for spaghetti.
Reached Alyssa Thomas.
Yeah.
Please.
Come on, Ryan. Be a cool guy. Do it.
I'm being a cool guy. No, I'm not doing that.
Oh, I can't do two. I can't do two. I can't do two. Thanks for letting me know. Thanks for letting me know. Well, no, I can't do two.
What about you, Drain? You call them.
Dude, I can't call him. My phone is Yeah.
AutoZone chicken sandwich.
After she started asking everybody for money, we did
Call them for it. Call them and ask for the mac and cheese, man.
That account, it was about 20 seconds long, but it was just
Brain
complete
rot.
silence. And then I received a couple text messages from him telling me that if I
So you're a bitch, Ryan.
I am.
video chat Tristan, that I could pay $100.
Dude.
Dude, why won't you call him, though?
Because I don't want to. I don't care.
I got another one from that account.
But it's a really cool part. You gotta see if they have it in stock.
I do not care about that part. I'm not gonna lie.
Tell which ones were actually from her while she was still using
Oh, come on. I'm pretty sure you'd love that part.
Grave, get the What is this guy doing here, bro?
What?
We had one of her friends.
This guy's in the lunchroom right now, bro. Like,
is he?
Since the day he had
you can tell. You can tell.
Why is he? Shouldn't it be summer for him? Why is he in the lunchroom?
Oh, bro, he doesn't. Dude, he's got the weirdest school known to man.
Bro, I have like 2 more weeks, bro.
Alyssa logged into
Nah, you just go to school, man. You're in summer school.
on Facebook.
Where's my gun? I ate it. I was hungry.
This friend and called this friend. And
Yeah, Ryan, call AutoZone and ask for part
Oh my
14703.
gosh, Zodas, I am going to like mute you. I swear.
Call him, man.
Well, to call AutoZone and ask.
Just do it. Can you call him and ask?
I need to know if AutoZone has chicken butt.
Ryan, you have to get your one.
What the heck is a Duralast alternator?
Fucking a Duralast alternator. Card?
What the heck is that?
You know what alternator is?
But why do I'm not okay. I'm not just gonna. You're no.
Yeah, get it.
I don't have a Duralast alternator. I'm sorry.
What was that? No.
Dre, you should get on the table. Get on the table and
I think I
scream.
should.
Get on the table and scream, I love tag.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that.
I texted the group chat your time. I your 2 days ago that you was on the bus or Tyler and I had to work.
Fuck you, I mean, yeah, shit.
Is he at lunch? He's gotta be at lunch right now.
No, lunchroom. That's not lunch, bro. Lunch was 3 hours ago.
Wait, hours ago? But it's like noon now. Oh wait, you live in like the weird time zone.
I'm 1 hour ahead of you.
What's it like in the future?
Shut up.
Do you go down on do you go down 15 times on Firebase Z?
I'm going down like at least like 50 times. You're not even trolling.
No, you'll flawless. It's fine.
Dude, if I have plus MP5, I will genuinely. I'm gonna do backflip anyway. But I will do a double. I can't do a double. Yeah, that's what I mean, bro. It would be so intense. I got plus MP5, but it's not gonna happen.
Make it a 3PL join.
Dude, he is on PS5, dude. We'll look Drain TV, dude. We'll look enjoy the game on 3.5, bro.
Let me just crank out this tag game real quick. Finish it.
Oh, you're good, bro. You have like a month, bro. You're good.
I gotta play a full another round after this. I'm not playing another round after this. No, I'm not doing it.
What? Dude, no, you have to.
No, I'm doing it tonight when I get
Dude,
home.
you have to. Dude, no, you have to.
I just don't want to.
Dude, you have to.
Well, okay, maybe I will. I don't know. It's a difficult decision.
Bro, you have to. You have to another like 6, 7.
Said that they were at the Lloyd Center. So she
Oh, my bad. Please. Can I turn on this person? No, it's already. I know. What about now? Yeah, I see. I'll be back.
Please, we're all... Society is cooked now. People are thinking that a video from Trump is AI.
What's the video of him doing?
It's like it's from some like Fox News something. It's about him giving some like press release or like just talking about some issue, something from the Oval Office, and people are like, "This is AI." Bro, people
Are they saying it's AI because it's bad or AI because it's like a good
no,
thing?
it looks fine. They're like, look at his hands, look at his eyes, but nothing's wrong. Like, I'm looking everywhere for AI that I can, and I see nothing.
Hold up.
I don't get them.
I'm off the cast amigos.
Alright, well, that means... Like, people are like, this is 100% AI. I'm like, no, it's not. It's, like, obvious. It is. I don't think it is, but... Shoot, at this point, it's not even about if it's AI or not anymore. It's the fact that we can't tell
What?
if a video is AI or not.
I thought you were talking about that picture of you in Discord.
Obviously, that's AI, but
Bro. Is
I can't wait to make. I can't wait for when I'm older and AI is really good. I'll just run my campaign on complete lies and just completely make fake videos about the other candidate, and I'll just lie and like AI generate all of them, and I'll win. And I'll give everyone like a mandatory 10 hours per tag of day.
Did you see that fucking you know the streamer Destiny?
I hate that guy so much.
Did you see when he went down like a rabbit hole of like the fake politician? That shit was actually insane. That's the only time I've ever watched him.
Dude, he's like kind of right about that one though. It's...
Yeah, you saw that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
What was that, bro?
No
That shit freaked me the fuck out. That shit was so weird.
No idea, but
Egon Chalakian, bro.
like I think he was right though. Like it was like about like the vest and everything, or it's like
I haven't heard anything since about that.
2 mics, yeah.
2 mics.
Or and like it was like a picture and it's the exact same picture or something.
2 mics makes sense because it's double mic. Like you got a backup mic, but like the thing that was weird was when he went into the photos and he zoomed in on the pictures behind, and they were all just like distorted.
Yeah.
That's like super AI.
This makes I know, dude. I love misinformation with AI. It's so much fun.
I love spreading misinformation
I'm
on the
going
internet.
to 100% get scammed when I'm older. There's no way around it. I'm gonna get scammed. It's gonna be sad. It's gonna be sad.
Bro, chill. We'll be good.
We are all
Will's gonna lose his entire social security. Will's gonna give up his social security number to a random Nigerian man on the internet.
It won't be a Nigerian man. It'll be like some like 10-year-old or something.
Yeah, Grave XD.
Yeah, it'll be great.
It'll be in like 30 years too. It will literally be Grave.
It's not fair. He's from the future.
He'll still
He's
be
like
10 years old.
He's like a few. W Nigerian Prince, bro. A 10-year-old from Oregon? Actually, it's not a real state. Oregon? No, it's not a real place.
Oregon's not real.
Guys, what the heck, man? You're gonna scam me in 10 years?
Bro, this
I'm not
Arizona
negative
tea better not be
20.
disgusting.
I'm not
I
negative.
bought this 12 pack, and the first 2 have just been fucking vile. I'm
Graves is
shaking the
negative
shit out of
20.
it.
Missouri ain't real. No, Missouri is so hated that it's like it's real, but it's just hated. Like Wyoming isn't real. Oregon isn't real.
Ohio.
Vermont ain't
Illinois,
real,
Illinois
yeah.
on top. Illinois is on fucking top.
Only thing Illinois is good at is like being
Chicago's
a
the
weird
best city in the
shaped
world.
state and like having Chicago.
Chicago
in
is the
it.
best city in the world.
Yeah, go to West Chicago and tell me that again.
Bro, Chicago's the best city in the world.
I love West Chicago.
We have the best music, we have the best food, best
food's,
coat, bro.
like, pretty
Come on now.
decent.
Chicago
also-
is
Doesn't it also have the
by
Bean
far
or
the best city in the
something?
world. Yes.
Oh yeah, I
The
can't wait
Bean.
to go see the Bean in Chicago.
The Bean. Yes. Fucking love the Bean. Huh. I never see that shit.
I love being shot. Let's go, Chicago.
Bro, it's not that bad, bro. Just
Don't
don't
worry.
dodge the bullets.
Don't worry.
stay out of the area.
Springfield's
Stay out of
like
the.
number 4 on the list per capita.
I went to O Block like a month ago. There was just a crackhead walking down the street, dead
You-
fucking serious.
Yeah, man. What? I went to O Block like a month ago.
You just drive by. I mean, bro, it's not dangerous.
Chicago dog, no ketchup, mustard, Mr. Drag it through the guard. What? What is he talking about?
Like, unless you're going down a back alley at 3 in the morning, you're not gonna get shot walking in Chicago.
No ketchup, no ketchup. You guys don't have ketchup in Chicago? What the heck?
We do. We just don't put it on our hot dogs.
What do you do with hot dogs then? You put like mayonnaise or something?
Nope.
Beans?
Hold on.
Some British reincarnate?
I'll show
Oh, I
you.
want beans on my hot dog.
You want to see the best hot dog in the foot?
I like my
Check it out,
Chicago
man.
dogs. Yum, yum, yum. Yeah.
Check it out, man.
Well, let me not die 1 second.
Whenever you can.
The thing is about rounds off. It's like ending right now. Any second. Waiter, worms and parasites.
Bro,
on my
it
hot dog,
tastes
please.
disgusting. I don't even want to drink this. Oh my god.
Alright, there we go.
Hold on, I'm gonna go pour this out and see if there's anything in this. Like,
Yoskers.
see, there's nothing. But like, bro.
Wait, where'd you
Well, there
put?
is. That's fucking
Oh, here it
vile,
is.
bro.
Oh,
Like,
goodness
why
me.
do
That
all of
looks,
these?
that looks good. Why are there tomatoes
why
in
are
the
all
oven,
these?
though? What the heck? Take
I
them
take
out.
the tomatoes off.
Yeah, what the? Oh, I want tomatoes in my hot dog. Said no one ever. It's like,
I
oh,
take the tomatoes off. Chill out.
Good.
Everything else though is like peak.
Looks
Mustard, relish, jalapeno.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Everything else is fine. But...
Grave eats fucking cheese whiz on his hot dogs.
What?
Go back to it. Let me see.
Grave eats cheese whiz on his hot dogs, bro.
I don't eat fucking cheese. I don't eat cheese.
Grave, would you eat this? Wait.
Show me.
Alright, what time is it? It's 12:22.
You eat
I'll
this,
play another
Grave?
round, whatever. Give me like 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Chicago dog. Drag it through the
Don't
gut.
say anything like crazy.
Would you eat this, Grave?
Bro, no, I'm not eating that.
Just don't say anything crazy, Grave's about to rip it.
Eating that. Dude, I'm not gonna do that.
Right
In
as I'm leaving the
school.
room, I hear "Don't say anything crazy." I'm gonna mute my desktop audio just in case. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. It's already muted. They can't hear you. I'm schizophrenic now. All right, I'll be back. go. Worms and pears. Worms and parasites, please.
Because we would have gotten that shit like a trillion times.
Yeah, that's pretty rare.
Well, did you know about the red mimic?
The red mimic?
It's like a
Yeah,
found
bro.
footage on Cold War.
Oh yeah, my name is a freaking mimic. Oh yeah, papa.
I'm dead serious, bro. It's like
No,
Bigfoot for
it's
Cold War.
not.
It's actually unreal.
The Cold War big fun.
And then you play Onslaught and you see him every fucking 4 rounds.
Might be the most
You
satisfying
know,
super buff
Will,
challenge
bro, do
yet,
you guys have
because
a
we are going
Bigfoot
to
on
make
Beer
the
4?
longest.
What?
You have a Bigfoot on Beer 4?
No.
Like, there's no like documentation of them, bro. It's just found
Is there
footage.
no like different version of a boss that spawns that's like rare?
No, there's no bosses at all in this game.
They're
I mean,
boring.
On Mauer, there's like
here.
there's genuinely like one
Oh
in
no,
fucking
there is.
1,000 chance.
On Dead of the Night, so you have Nosferatu's normal vampires. You actually have a red Nosferatu that can spawn.
Holy!
But it's like those spawn after every time. It's like every other family.
This is like
they're rare though. They
a
count
1 in
as
10,000 chance of spawning.
It's like a genuinely like 1 in 1,000.
Oh yeah, I have no idea.
I've only gotten it 3 times ever playing.
I've gotten it once ever. This is during VB.
And we fucking freaked out. It was the scariest moment of my life.
It was no power on like 25. We couldn't
Yeah,
kill him.
it has to be like you can only get it before 30.
I think that's what it is. The longer we have them, maybe. Yeah.
Because it's
But I
probably
don't
for
know.
like, they probably made it for people doing the Easter egg and they put it in that spot. Like,
Because you have to go through like 6.
it's right in front of the fucking Easter egg room. Like,
Yeah, you gotta go in there.
that shit's got to be there for people doing the Easter egg. Like a fucking. Oh wait, we have more found footage on Cold War. The
My
box
headphones
jump
will
scare.
die. I'll go back.
GG.
Go back. Bro, my headphones will die.
Oh god.
Is that either the hedges are a bit misaligned or one of my 48 nodes ended up being not perfect. But I can't be bothered to fix it. Sorry guys, you have to live with it. Adding all those nodes took so long that, oh no, the house is now on fire. All kidding aside, can I take a moment to point out another new feature in Map Editor recently? It's this last bar. It changes the verticality of the prop. I think in the first update when Map Editor came out, you couldn't do this, so then your fire would just like sit underneath the house, I think. But now you can like actually change the layout for props. That's not on this screen, so that's nice. So let me just verify how many times this red balloon here bounces back and forth. So this is 2. 46, 47, 48. 48 nodes confirmed. And now here it is, the Ray of Doom map in its mighty glory. Just like last time, we're gonna play this on hard chimps mode so that we have an idea of how practical this is to pull off in a real game scenario. For starters, an NG start is required because we can't start with Turtling Gun. I should—
Oh, hold on. Let me wash my hands and start. If you see me out in the cold fog, say hi. But if you see me at the clam, Okay. This nut pod better hurry up. Tee hee hee. Alright, I have enough time to finish this round out, so. Take the picture I did with you feeding Artemis. Can't find a comfortable spot to sit. Oh no. I never went to go grab ammo either. That's fine. I'll get a max ammo right off the bat. With my Hawk Tua patch. I despise my coworkers sometimes. I love all my coworkers. They're all awesome. Yeah, I used my Helion ammo. Yeah. I had actually used it all because I had to get out of a sticky situation. And oopsie daisied. I didn't Dying Wish though. So I'll end this tonight, or end this today off of on 6/16 or 6/16. So tomorrow, yep, dogs tomorrow, yep. Tomorrow I will be hitting. Well, I have to go into work at 3, so actually yeah, I'll be hitting 620 tomorrow. 30 more rounds to go. I only have like 6 more dog rounds in this game, which is crazy. There's my max.
Locked in.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Bro, do you have a OG Fortnite account or no?
I do. I'm, well, OG enough. It's season 2, chapter 1.
Yeah, I have Black Knight, bro. I'm holding on to that shit until I'm 60 years old and I'm selling it to some kid for fucking 50 grand.
I only have the other nights. I had to convince my parents to let me play during the week since I wasn't allowed to back then, and I was able to get on like last few days. Those 2 nights.
I got Black Knight the last day.
I
Dude,
couldn't get that far.
You remember how the challenges used to be, where it was 1 free one and 1 battle pass one a day?
Yeah.
It was a grind, but I got so fucking lucky on the last day because I had to go to sleep because I had school the next morning. I think it was like 7th grade or some shit. And I got outlast 50 players as both of my challenges.
Well, that's an easy.
If I got any other challenge, I would not have had Black Knight. Because I only had like 30 minutes to play.
I don't have
so
that.
I just hopped into a game and just didn't do anything. I just fucking outlasted 50 players.
I got so sad. I don't have that. Oh. I only got to like tier like 40 something.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I even bought the battle pass back then. I don't even like that was like one of the very first times, other than like buying Zombie Chronicles or like Origins on BO2. That was the only other time I've ever spent money on a game.
I was either gonna get Save the World or the battle pass. That was like season 2 was even before like Fortnite was even popping too.
I have every single wind glider all through the entire first chapter.
Yeah, I have all of them too. I have a decent amount of the newer ones too.
I don't have like the Founders one though. But
I have like 90% of them.
I have
Founders is nice. My friend has a Founders account. You can't get Founders anymore.
I know I have so everything from chapter 1. I have the first 2 from chapter 2. So
do you have any of the PlayStation skins?
No, I don't. I have any PlayStations or Xbox skins.
I have the very first one. I have all the like first few PlayStation skins that are like very very old. Like
I think
I think the first one came out in season 2.
Chapter 2, season 3 is when I stopped playing. Really. And I got the umbrella from the battle pass, the one that it gave you a customizable one, but it's not customized at all. So it has nothing on it. Just it's like that's gotta be maybe a little bit rare to have a non-customized umbrella, but I don't have the one glider one.
You remember the
customizable
that
skin?
one skin? Yeah, I didn't customize it at all, and I'm so fucking glad I didn't.
I have a few things on it
Because it's so
customized.
nice, just default. Like it looks so good default. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The female fucking.
I think
like,
Maya.
Maya. Yeah.
I have and then in the later
I have
half
gold
of
Midas.
chapter 2, I got a few wins. Let's see here. I know I have like half the gliders from chapter 3. I only have like 2 gliders from.
Chapter 6, season 2 was my fucking season. I got quadruple Unreal, level 1000, and top like 20k in Unreal for the reload. And there was like 2 million people in Unreal for that, so it's kind of good. Top like fucking 1%.
My account's probably worth at least like well over 1,000. I like to think.
Yeah, my shit's over $1,000, 100%. I have like over 1,000 wins on my account.
1,000 wins? I think I have 150 or something on there.
Oh,
like half
reload
of them
was
came from
the
very
win
end, though.
farmer. Swear to God, I'd hop on with Hoodie and we would just drop 30 bombs all fucking day. Just win after win after win after win.
Dude, chapter
so crazy.
5, season 3 or something. I don't know what it was. The one that after the snipers revolted, or the new map after like the Greek. Okay, it was the Greek. Like, the one that happened.
I
after
used
the
to
Greek
love
map.
those snipers, by the way.
Those snipers, I hate them so much. And
So
then once they got
fucking
vaulted,
good.
I
They're
was
so
winning
good.
maybe 1 in every 4 games. Half of my
Those
wins
snipers
came
were
from
so
that alone.
The snipers were so good.
I hated. No, the snipers are awful.
Because
Also,
if you were good with them, you could just fucking murder.
what I didn't like that there was bullet travel on every single gun, because that means like people who had really good ping.
Did you play no builds though, or did you play builds?
No builds.
Okay, that makes sense. The snipers would have been horrible on no builds.
Um,
Builds is just don't be stupid. Don't let yourself get headshot sniped.
I was so easy to get wins because people like the moment they see a car stop moving, they like, their brains turn off. I don't know why. So what I would do
can't
is,
play zero builds with cars.
oh, what I would do is I would get a car. I would kind of swap seats, shoot someone, drive behind a rock, then swap seats. So and then the car would come to a complete stop,
remember-
and they would go after the rock instead of me, and I would just get a free kill. It's the
Do
funniest
you know
thing
about
ever.
the pickaxe meta where you hop in the car and swing at them? You keep swinging your pickaxe
I
while
don't
you're
know
in
how
the
to
car.
do that. I've never been able to figure that out.
You hold the button. You swing your
Oh.
pickaxe and then enter the car and keep holding the button. It'll keep swinging.
Oh. Yeah, I never knew that's how you did that.
Yeah.
Should I call in to work tomorrow? No. Work. Go to work. Don't go call in sick. You need money. I need money too. I gotta pay off a car. I will be able to pay
I
it
need
off.
to. I need to do my herbs.
All $10,000 will be paid off in a month. Yeah. If you can,
My apologies.
Sick time you have to use and use it.
God damn.
Don't just not use sick time. My boss is like, Ryan, should we hire more people? Because there's going to be maybe like 5 of us there at Little Caesars by the end, start of the next school year.
How many people do you usually have? Like, do you guys have drivers and shit or no?
No, so it's just all the drivers are going to be like DoorDash people. That's only what we
How many
do.
insiders do you guys usually have?
3 throughout normally. So in the morning up to about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, there's only 2 people there. And then
that's
from
about
2 o'clock and
Domino's.
2 o'clock and on, there's 3 people. Except on Fridays and Saturdays, we have 4.
Yeah, that's about how Domino's was. Because Domino's was, we'd have like 2 insiders. Sometimes it was bad, bro, because we'd have fucking only 2 insiders, and then we'd have to call some dude from the other store. We'd have 2 insiders, 1 driver, or some bullshit, and it's just like, dude, because the driver called off or something.
I don't like working front though. I hate working the front and talking to the customers.
I had to do everything at Domino's.
I know how to. I mean, I do everything pretty much there as well at Little Caesars, but the front is the worst part because that's where they had me be at.
I
for,
hate
like, the
counting
majority of the
cash.
time. Counting drawers at the end of the night sucks. Counting the change.
No, not even that. I just hate. I'm so paranoid that I'm gonna give someone the wrong change.
Oh, see, for us on screen, when let's say it's like
It's tells us, but I'm still fucking like.
Like, it tells us like exactly of how many coins, like 3 quarters, 2 dimes.
Oh,
it
shit,
tells us
okay,
like
okay.
how much we need to give them.
Yeah, well, that's
of the actual
easier.
coins, like one $5
We don't
bill.
got that.
You don't have to do the math with it, but it's like it's not too hard now.
I didn't even know it told us how much we needed to give the change back, so I was doing the math for the first few months.
Oh no.
I'm not even joking. I swear I gave someone too much change one like a couple times.
If they get too much change, it's like okay, oh well.
Who cares? Yeah, like.
It kind of sucks.
I just need to make sure they don't get too little, so they don't fucking come back and be like, hello, hello.
Oh, you gave me too few pennies.
You gave me 14 cents less than I wanted.
Issue is a lot of the people here are old, and it sucks because I had to deal with them, and they're like, it tells me to move my car. What do I do? Drive your car into oncoming traffic. I don't know. What do you think? It tells you to move your car. What do you think you do? It's just like okay. And I think I'm over it. I've been doing it for like 2.5 years, and I'm done. Whenever I get the chance to, I will never work up front. Need a video to watch. I'm getting bored.
If you like our YouTube episodes, you must see all of our investigations and stings on WatchTrueBlue.com. I'll see you there.
Like, bro.
On this special episode of Takedown with Chris Hansen, we take a look back at some of our memorable episodes and update you on the cases.
Hey, man.
I should go to prison, get raped by a bunch of dudes named Jesus.
Lock in.
I'm trying.
Get in the
The aftermath begins in Polk County, Florida, with Sheriff Grady Judd's Child Predator Task Force, Cyber Guardian.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
The man on the phone is 28-year-old Josh, and the person he's speaking with is a Polk County Sheriff's Office decoy posing as a 14-year-old girl.
What's going on? Do you like to get in trouble?
The only person getting into trouble tonight is Josh.
I will tell you my Addy, but I want to make sure you ain't looking to, like, kidnap me, you know?
Bro, who's doing the voiceovers on these? I could do a much better female impression.
I understand, but I ain't trying to have...
Like, that's not a girl voice. That's like... I don't know.
Pops on me. I'd rather go home if that was the case.
Josh didn't go home, and he must be a bit psychic, because he was right. The cops are going to be on him.
Get the out of the car now! Go! Watch your hands, motherfucker! Go! Go! Watch
Okay.
it! Grab him! Grab him! Grab him!
I think we have everything.
We got him! We got him!
I swear I wasn't gonna do anything.
Deputies drive Josh down to the sheriff's station for further questioning. But there's one thing that Josh didn't predict tonight. Meeting me.
Hey, Josh. How you doing? How'd you get into this mess tonight, Josh?
Like, usually, like, if you're ever caught talking to, like, a child, there is, like, no way it could ever get worse. Unless Chris Hansen also walks into the room. That's the only like, possible way it could be worse.
Or it's the girl's dad, and he just fucking kills your ass.
Right, that could be bad, yeah, but... I don't know.
Prickly cat.
Because, like, one of them is... You're not humiliated on live TV for everyone to see. Or I guess not, maybe not live TV, but, you know, you're not humiliated.
I think I'd rather be dead at that point.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be a fun death.
think any death is a fun death.
If you overdose, that might not be too bad. Depending on what you overdose on.
What's that? Datura seeds or something? I always like listening to those stories.
I think that's the most peaceful way to go is fucking overdose. But that's just me. Because I feel like you're just in full euphoria at the end of your life and you're just over. Like you're feeling something you'll never feel again and then you're dead.
Stupid. You done this before? Chat with somebody who told you they're 14 years old?
No.
Why'd you do it tonight?
I was just bored and just wanted to hang out.
I'm farming seaweed.
Just bored, wanted to hang out.
When you die, Faith, I'm invited to your funeral. Let's go.
The chat you had with this girl who said she was 14 is pretty graphic, Josh.
It was just bullshit. I wasn't
just bullshit.
Anything.
She told you she was 14, right? Right? You talk about having her perform oral sex on you. She says, I never did that before with anyone, so I don't know what to do. Is that okay with you? Then you say, I wanted to give you your first time orgasm if you give me the chance. So you double down on this with her. She asks, how are you going to do that? You say, it's also more comfortable of me to explain in person rather than text. Then you drive over to the
kind of ew. I know Cletus, right?
trailer where she's staying, the mobile home. And you brought her things that she asked for, the Mountain Dew, the candy.
Right, the drink, one drink was gonna be mine.
Right, but you brought her stuff that she asked for.
Just wanted some company to hang out with somebody, and I know I screwed up my life by a stupid mistake that I should have just stayed home.
Josh, there's something you need to know. I'm Chris Hansen.
No, you don't
You ever see any of the Predator stories? The Predator investigations on TV?
I watch, like, Netflix and stuff like that.
All
so
right.
no, not
Well, this is one of those stories. Is there anything else you want people to know about the situation you're in right now?
Oh, there's something you need to know. I'm Chris Hansen. I feel like that would be... Shouldn't you lead with
Josh
that?
pleaded guilty to traveling to meet a minor and attempted lewd
Why is that the very
battery on a
last thing you
child.
say to them? Oh, well, Josh, why'd you come here to meet a minor? Why would you do such a thing?
If they know his name, surely they know his fucking face.
Yeah.
They'd probably know the moment they walk
I don't
in.
know, I feel like Chris Hansen's like name is honestly more recognizable than his face.
Yeah,
kinda-
but like, I don't know, maybe.
Maybe that's the shock he's going for. Is like, oh man, I hope this guy's not Chris Hansen who's talking to me. Let me tell you something. I'm Chris Hansen. And they're like, oh, no, it's Chris Hansen. That's what he looks like. Wow. Or something like that. I don't know.
Check it out, man.
Oh, let me click on it. All right.
Bunch of shit going on.
Well, you got 2 games going.
I gotta get 50 hunter rumors so I can cook moonlight antelopes and I can make 700k GP per hour and 300k XP per hour. It's gonna be beautiful.
Of course, of course.
Of course.
I mean, that's obviously what should be done, you know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So now I'm catching these little guys, you see 'em?
Catch the florknock and smelt it in
The wild cabbits.
I don't know. Yeah, sure.
Check me out. Look, I can hit a little. Look.
What the heck? Little boogie right there.
Hit a little Gangnam Style.
Oh my gosh.
I can go hard, man. Like, check me out, man. Holy.
See, all I would do in that game is just like walk up to a random player and just do that and be.
Just dance.
Yep. Dance on them and then walk away.
Oh, please. Oh. 1 in 7 chance of giving you a baguette, and then it's a 1 in 64 of that being a stale baguette. It's a rare as fuck. Braz got it on his second one on his account because he's the luckiest guy I've known to
stale
know.
baguette.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, that's good.
Oh, I got it. Nice, thank you.
Your dad's birthday today? You didn't get him anything? Cletus, what the heck, man?
It was my dad's birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday, Drain's dad, yesterday.
Yeah.
Ooh. Your dad's birthday's on the 4th of July.
All my energy.
We don't talk anymore. We don't talk anymore.
Firefox. AJP. What? Huh? Bro, you're actually trolling.
The farm of confusion.
Yeah, hold on. Please have a spade. I love you. I have no money. Did she buy anything? You fucking... Oh my god. You're trolling. I'm putting 800 spades in my leprechaun, if you didn't know.
That means
Putting
absolutely
5 bitches in
nothing
there.
outside of the context of what you're doing. I'm putting 500 spades in my leprechaun. What?
Yep. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Because they just pissed me off. They just made me real angry. Look, check it out. Tool leprechaun. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 of them bitches in there now. Where's my seed dibber? Like, bro, I can't with this game. I can't. Alright. You can only have one deadfall trap set up at a time. That's funny.
Quarter of the way done in this round. Let's go. Hour 59, 100. That's pretty good. You must have not gotten good dog rounds then, I assume. Oh, for a fire sale setup. Okay. No, that's fine then. I'm like, that's kind of like, honestly, a lot of 6-rounders. Yeah, okay, I was gonna say, that's kind of like, that's good. It's a sub 2 hour, but like, I've had like a 157 with 3 weapons before.
I should not have brought Infernal Axe. Oh my god.
You had it for like 300 hours. I've had it for more than 300 hours. I've had this thing on me and haven't used it for like 350 hours. 355 hours.
How many gums have you popped this game?
Probably upwards of maybe like over 100.
What's like, which one do you use the most?
Oh, equipment. Every single round. I've used equipment every single
Every
round since like...
What does it do?
It refills all my equipment, all my Wraith Fires. Like, imagine you had like one Semtex and like one...
Yeah, it just refills all your
it
shit.
refills all of it. It gives you an extra 20 seconds of killing at the beginning of the round for free.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it refills snowballs, which can save you a lot of time as well. You'll have to tell me when you do your first ammo trade, Zombie, because normally if I ever do it like that, my first ammo trade, the latest I've ever been able to go is like round 172 before doing my first ammo trade. So, you have to get kind of lucky with it. Yeah, I've only got a 170, like I think 172 is the highest I've ever been able. I haven't used trench yet. Yeah, you'll be fine. Yeah, you can get really far without having to do an ammo trade. Especially as long as you, like, really make sure you can get as many kills as possible with each shot of everything you use, you're fine. You can probably make it to 180, like, realistically. Yeah, I had Bandit, yeah. Bandit and Mule Kick. Yeah, if you really let a lot of them don't shoot until you see the end of the horde in the window. What was your times in that game? I don't know. My PB to a 200 is like a 926 though. I don't have footage of that, but I know it wasn't below a 925. I think it was like a 926 40 something though. So you can definitely do a sub 9. You don't want to kill full hordes, even if you're low on ammo. I would feel like killing full hordes like that would have at the end be more efficient though. Especially on rounds where you barely, not until, oh yeah, okay, well yeah. Not, obviously like not really early in the game, yeah. No, you're 100% right. I'm thinking like maybe like right when you're really having to stretch all your ammo out and like, you know, next round's a guaranteed dog round, you might as well do it to see if it's possible. Save you, you'll lose maybe 15 to 20 seconds off that, but you'll save like 45 seconds for the ammo run. Kind of just depends. Once I'm done with this game here, I'll have to try a 200 speedrun out and see how it goes with it. Oh, so Zombie, Minty and I, he's in Zodus' Discord, but we were doing some realistic first rooms on Blood of the Dead the other day. He's actually really good. He got around 11 on realistic first room on Blood of the Dead. I got a round 9. I should have gotten around 10. I choked though. It's so hard for a realistic first room on that map is so difficult. You like have to cycle everything up perfectly. Hardcore no perks again? I really want to try some more of the challenge runs out like that after this game here. Some of the shorter ones that aren't like too hard to do. I mean, they're hard still, but like they don't take 500 hours. I want to try some more of those types of games out. go for some of maybe nicknames records. You know,
Please.
he's had it too good for too long. No
If I
one's
played
gone-
BO4, I'd fry his shit.
He's like the best player. He's so difficult.
His ego's, bro, his ego is fucking massive. He's so cringe. And he's racist.
How do you find all that out? He's French.
Hold on. Just damn grave. Do you have the screenshot?
No.
He called Josh Carr some racist shit. Josh Carr's black.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
All I can ever think about when anything like that comes up is the one video of Nightwing or Night Lord in JZM's video, 410 video he made. It's the funniest thing ever. Goes on like a monologue about like white people and like Americans and whatnot.
Oh yeah, here. I'll just send it to you on Discord.
Okay.
That spawn delay shit just has me heated, bro.
Bro, what's
Swear.
up, bro?
Grave knows that spawn delay shit just has me heated, bro.
Who's this?
Bro, fuck.
Who-
Spawn patch, bro. Well, bro, we gotta get the spawn patch allowed, bro. We gotta get it allowed.
Oh, it's Graves. Okay.
Gotta get the
I couldn't
spawn patch
tell.
allowed for high rounds, bro. For high rounds and speed runs. But honestly, I don't care about the speed runs, bro. Just the high rounds in the first games, bro.
We need to allow spawn patch, man.
Bro, why is the spawn patch not allowed, bro? Every time I ask,
Well, how much
Zap
are
is
they
just like, why would you
paying?
go beat the record then? Because I've higher ping, bro. I physically can't beat the record, bro. Because I've higher ping. Zap, I can't beat the record. My ping's
How
too
much
high.
is nickname paying Zappa, man?
Oh my god, my ping is too high. I can't get the world record, bro. It's the problem.
How much are they paying Zappa, bro?
We can't get the WR. The ping is too high.
We ride at dawn.
Bro, that 193. The other night,
Okay, that's
bro,
like a
it's gonna
very
stand forever.
okay. To be
because
fair,
You have to
nobody has
translate
the
it.
ping. Nobody has the ping, bro.
What does he say afterwards? I gotta Google Translate this 1 second. I gotta be side by side.
Oh, nickname?
Yeah, hold on.
Bro, he called Josh Carr sub race, bro.
Hold on. Google Translate. All right. Let's see.
Can't be doing that, bro.
You can't be doing that, bro.
That's so wrong. We're looking for
What
something.
on earth?
I know he can't be saying
What are you
that,
talking
bro.
about, you sub race? Oh, come on.
Can't be saying
Bro,
that,
that's
man.
literally like what
On
that means in French too. It's not even like Google Translate. That's just literally what that means.
Can't be saying that.
That's
so
actually
fucked up.
insane. Holy. Oh my
I know.
goodness.
It's excommunicated from the community. Everyone just fucking start harassing him. Bro, what do I eat, bro?
Yeah, we write
Bro,
at
I'm not
okay.
eating-
We write at dawn's like a very kind of niche type of like language though. That's like really it makes no sense if you're like not a native English speaker. That's the thing. It makes like 0 sense. Like I don't blame it like for the question mark on that though. Wait.
What?
The saying we ride at dawn, I didn't know if that thing was still going.
He was making fun of him, bro.
Well, yeah, like I know what it's like I don't know how to explain it, but like I understand it though. It's
He
raining
make fun of
cats
him
and
'cause he's
dogs,
French.
you know.
And then he called him a sub race in French, and then he deleted it. But I took a picture before he deleted it.
Calling someone a sub race is
In the
actually
ZWR
insane.
general is kind of crazy. In the
In the
ZWR general.
ZWR general.
Get him banned from the server. Get him gone. Bro, I was gonna make toast, but it's rye bread, bro. Y'all be eating rye bread or no?
Bruh.
Cause I don't.
Your ass probably be eating rye bread, bro.
Bro, I just say I don't fucking eat rye bread, bro. Oh, bro, there's so many mac and cheeses, bro. I might make one. I'm gonna make one, bro.
Watch this, bro. Grab. Look at this screen share. I'm about to get his ass. Look, he's pissed.
We'll see. The dog,
Check it
you
out.
just killed the dog.
Look, you ready?
Okay.
Watch this. He's gonna be pissed.
Dude.
Check it out. I'm gonna get his ass.
He's getting you, bro. He's actually getting you.
That's
Yeah, I'd vote for it too, zombie.
Bro, he's so stupid.
He's so fucking
He fell
stupid.
for it.
He fell for it. Like, how
Why
would
would he
fall
walk
for it?
across a bridge of sticks, bro? He walking across a bridge of sticks, bro. He's a fool. He did it again. Oh my god.
What a fool, bro. Is there any trees around here? Please tell me there's trees. Dead tree, of course.
Bro, what if you PK somebody like that, bro?
Bro, I don't think you're able to PK someone like
Do you
that.
think they'd fall for it? Bro, I think you definitely could. You guys might not be skilled enough, but I think I could.
Trick probably could.
Oh, he definitely could, without a doubt. Whoever gets the first hit wins the fight anyway, so.
Yeah. No! Oh. Hold on.
Jeremy, have you done the world today? Okay. Jeremy, I was asking Jeremy if you did the Wordle. He didn't answer my question.
Wordle, yeah, you do the Wordle drain. Come on, you gotta join us all. We're all playing Wordle every single day.
Yeah, we're doing Wordle every single day. I'm on an 11-day streak. I think.
I almost lost today, but I didn't. Is that a microwave?
Yeah, you did almost lose today. Yeah, I'm microwaving food. 5.5 minutes. This is dangerous.
55 minutes.
No, I can't do that. The whole Earth is gonna blow up.
No, my tag game. Okay, don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, I couldn't do that to you. That'd be so mean.
Bro, my phone's on 7%. My phone's gonna die before the mac and cheese is done, bro. Bro, if it overflows again, if the water overflows again, I'm not gonna be happy, dude. Oh.
This is so boring.
What's happening to Joe? Bro, let's go.
I have one Mauer game
How much
left.
longer in the round, or how much longer in the round?
Like 50 minutes probably.
Bro, that's like a 59th of an hour game, bro, if you're fast. I think.
I have about
No.
54 hours left in
Yes.
this game.
No, I'm right. Literally, Mauer. He literally had 1 hour left, bro. Let's go. You're gonna do like almost 11 hours, and I did 1 in 29 days,
Use your ass.
bro. Cause fucking Godzilla, bro. He
Use
was
your
like,
ass.
"Play today. You gotta play today." Every day I'll go to school and they're like, "How many rounds a day today?" And I'm like, "Bro, when I paused on 900 after playing from like 850, he was like, dude, why didn't you just play it out?"
That's exactly what it was. That's exactly how it went.
That is,
That's exactly how
I'm
it
not
was.
even
Like,
trolling. That is exactly how it went.
dude, why?
Bro! I'm not even trolling. That's how it was.
Exactly how it sounded.
Jake Shussbuster said he would vote for the spawn patch. Let's go, Jake Shussbuster.
Yeah.
Can we vote to get nickname banned from the Xenoverse Discord, bro? He's racist to Josh
Can
Carr.
we get? Can we get?
Yeah, I hope so.
No.
What?
But you can get.
What?
Nope. Nope. Mm-mm.
Well, you
Said
just said,
no.
can we get? I don't know what you want to get. Can I get
That's what we said.
a burger, please?
Can I get a burger?
Can I have the cheeseburger, please? Or can I have a cheeseburger, please, burger cheese? What is it? How does it go?
Wait. What am I hunting? Sapphire glacials. There's 150 of them. What the fuck?
Yeah, what in the
Oh,
southern?
no,
That was since the southern.
Whatever, bro. We'll see.
Yeah.
What do you mean, what in the southern?
Wilda, bro, say hi to my dog, bro. Say hi to
I'm
my
from
dog,
fucking-
Say hi to your dog. Hi, Graves' dog.
Hydrang's dog.
Hi, Drain's dog.
Hydrate. Bro, my dog didn't say anything.
Bro, my dog
back to
might
you.
die during the 2P firebase. His ass is not looking good, bro.
What?
He's
did you
looking
say?
good, but he's not. He's getting old, man. I said my dog might fucking die during the 2P firebase. He's getting old, bro.
Oh my god.
14.
Bro, what if you
Oh,
shoot one of the
dang.
hellhounds and you just be downstairs?
Like, my dog's 9.
Bro. That'd be crazy.
Boy's 14.
In the 2P firebase. Bro, that'd be tragic. What? Bro, I think of the water
He's
is
chilling.
already fully boiled.
He's chilling.
Yeah, bro. He'll be good, bro. He better not.
He's chilling, man.
He'll be okay.
He better wait until after.
Oh
I'm
my
not
gosh.
gonna be happy, dude. I'm not
Bro,
gonna be
Trick
happy.
Shots was on. He fucking out-gamered me today, bro. I mean, actually, I kind
Yeah, I
of
bet.
out-gamered him last night. I was on till 3 a.m., right? He got off at like 3 a.m. his time, and he's up fucking like 2 hours before me playing.
He's on that mindset. He knows.
Bro, he's so
He is on
fucking
that grind
addicted.
stuff.
He is so
Dude,
addicted.
yeah, this is not good. Like I think Braz
And
was
he's only
definitely
1,300 total.
Is it like 2277 for
2277.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, bro.
He's on a main account, so it's like really fucking fast. Like you saw how fast I did Fletcher?
Yeah, you got 99, bro. You got 99.
Yeah, you
Let's
saw
go,
that shit, the
bro.
Fletcher, bro.
Bro,
That
the
shit is
thief. When you
so-
getting thieving 99, bro?
I'm not doing that on the main. I'll do that on the fucking iron. I'll do that on the iron, man. Hmm?
For Fletcher, you can buy shit on the Grand Exchange.
Yeah, I made like 4 mil.
You made money doing it?
I made 4 mil, yeah.
Wow. Why don't you guys just do that? You get XP and money, bro.
That's exactly what I'm going for. I'm doing 50 hunter rumors so I can cook moonlight antelopes, and I make like 300 GP per cook, and then
Spotlight,
I get 200 million cooking. And then it's gonna be like,
I love cooking.
I got voice message. Go over back. 12-minute voice message.
Bro,
Hold on.
what?
Hold the phone. 12
How can we
minutes.
have
Be right
not been
back,
in this call
guys.
for 12 minutes? Bro, how can you do a one-sided conversation for 12 minutes?
Bro, did she
Dude,
fall
that's not
asleep halfway
possible.
through? Hold on.
Wait, she sent you a
Dude,
12-minute
that's actually not
message?
A voice message, bro. 12-minute voice message.
That'll be
Yeah, I
alright.
gotta take a shit, bro. I'm gonna be back later. If you're still on, you're probably gonna be done by then. With the whole game.
It's a long voice message. It's like 12
Well,
minutes.
that's a very long voice message. It's like 12 minutes.
That's like 10 minutes 4 times. Or, I mean, like...
Nope.
I was thinking, yeah, nah. I was thinking of how much
Not
longer I have,
quite.
like, not quite. I was thinking of like how
You're
much longer
better.
until 469 and a half hours. Or like 40 minutes. It's like not quite.
Very much. Not quite.
A little off.
Yeah.
I just want to be done. I'm ready to go like home and play like Blood of the Dead and have fun on that map.
No, bro, my Toten, bro.
I will.
I've already done
eventually.
11 of them, bro. What's one more, bro? What's one more, bro? Just one more.
Halfway
It's
over.
essentially the same thing as when you were knifing, bro.
Hmm?
It's the same thing as when you were knifing.
Yeah, but this is like arguably worse because I can't play Bloons Tower Defense 6 while I'm doing this.
I know I'm saying Malware, bro. Malware's gonna be the knifing. Same thing. You can play Bloons Tower Defense and Malware.
Let's go.
If you shot at the wall, you unironically could, but that's stupid. And you'd be really slow.
I don't care about being slow.
You being slow. Okay, bro. I actually really gotta poop. I'll be back later. If you're on.
Chickens be like.
Make justice. This video delves into the chilling reality faced by these predators in prison, a world where their crimes catch up to them in the most brutal ways, often leading to violent retributions and, in most cases, death. Richard Huckle. Let's start the video with Richard Huckle, known as one of Britain's most notorious pedophiles. This criminal's activities began to surface when he was arrested at Gatwick Airport in 2014. He was returning to the UK for the Christmas holidays when officers from the National Crime Agency's Child Exploitation and Online Protection Command apprehended him. Investigations revealed a horrifying pattern of abuse. Huckle had posed as a Christian teacher and photographer in Malaysia, where he exploited his access to vulnerable children. The extent of Huckle's crimes was staggering. He was found guilty of 71 offenses against 22 children,
71.
ranging from sexual assault to rape. The victims were between 6 months and 12 years old, and many of the offenses occurred in Malaysia. Huckle's method of operation involved gaining the trust of poor Christian communities in Kuala Lumpur. He would offer to teach English and take children on trips, using these opportunities to carry out his abuse. What made Huckle's case even more appalling was his use of the dark web to share images and videos of his abuse. He was a member of a pedophile site that showed the abuse of babies and young children, with tens of thousands of accounts. His activities on the dark web were part of a larger network that was eventually tracked down by police in Europe and Australia. In 2016, Huckle was sentenced to 22 life sentences for his crimes. However, on October 13, 2019, he was found dead in his cell at Full Sutton Prison in East Yorkshire.
Oh, no.
He was 33 years old at the time of his death. The circumstances of Huckle's death were as brutal as the crimes he committed. Another prisoner, Paul Fitzgerald, subjected Huckle to a 78-minute attack. Fitzgerald strangled Huckle with an electrical cable sheath, inserted a pen into his brain through his nostril, raped him, and inflicted several other forms of torture. Fitzgerald, who was 30 years old at the time, was serving a sentence for a previous murder, and his attack on Huckle was seen, by many, as a form of vigilante justice, reflecting the deep hatred and contempt that child sex offenders often face in prison. Jared Fogle, once a celebrated spokesperson for Subway restaurants, who experienced a dramatic fall from grace that shocked the public. Born in August 1977, Fogle grew up in Indianapolis, and attended North Central High School, later graduating from Indiana University in 2000. His claim to fame was his significant weight loss, reportedly shedding 245 pounds between 1998 and 1999, largely attributed to a diet consisting of Subway's low-fat sandwiches. This transformation catapulted him into the limelight, and he became the face of Subway, appearing in their advertising campaigns from 2000 to 2015. However, beneath this health-conscious individual, Fogel harbored a dark secret. In 2015, the FBI and Indiana State Police raided his residence in Zionsville, Indiana, as a part of an investigation into distribution and receipt of child pornography charges. This operation led to the discovery of computers and other electronic equipment that contained incriminating evidence against Fogel. Fogel was accused of engaging in illicit sexual conduct with a minor and was found to have distributed and received child pornography. In August 2015, federal prosecutors announced a plea deal with Fogel, where he agreed to plead guilty to 2 counts, one for distribution and receipt of child pornography, and the other for traveling to engage in illicit sexual conduct with a minor. Consequently, Fogel was sentenced to 15 years behind bars. Fogel's time in prison has been marked by violence and hostility from fellow inmates, reflecting the general disdain for child predators in the prison system. In January 2016, Fogel was attacked by fellow inmate Stephen J. Nigg. The attack was brutal, with Nigg striking Fogel multiple times in the face with a closed fist.
What a
This
last
assault
name.
left Fogel with a bloody nose, scratches on his neck, and swelling and redness on his face. Nigg's motivation for attacking Fogel stemmed from his frustration with his own conviction and the perception that Fogel was using his celebrity status and financial resources to receive special treatment in prison. Robert Munger. Imagine being locked in a cell with the very person who turned your life upside down, the one who inflicted unimaginable pain on someone you love. This was the harrowing reality for Shane Goldsby, a 26-year-old inmate in a Washington state prison whose cellmate was none other than Robert Munger, a 70-year-old man serving a 43-year sentence for heinous crimes that included multiple charges of child molestation and first-degree child rape. Munger's past was a dark pattern of offenses, a series of acts that shattered the innocence of his young victims and left indelible scars on their lives. The worst part? Goldsby's sister was one of Munger's victims. Within the prison walls, Munger's brazen attitude towards his crimes added a chilling dimension to his character. He reportedly bragged about his offenses, displaying a lack of remorse that was both shocking and provocative. This behavior, in the close quarters of a prison cell, was like a ticking time bomb, and it finally exploded in June 2020. Goldsby, unable to contain his fury any longer, unleashed a brutal attack on Munger. The assault was savage and unrelenting, resulting in Munger's death. This act of violence, while shocking, was not entirely unexpected given the circumstances. It raised serious questions, though, about the prison system's decision-making in cellmate assignments. The aftermath of the incident saw Goldsby sentenced to an additional 25 years in prison, a stark reminder of the consequences of taking justice into one's own hands. Roy Whiting. Born in Horsham, West Sussex, England, Roy Whiting was the second of 3 children whose early life was marked by family struggles as his parents divorced during the 1970s. He attended Ifield Community College, but left in 1975 with no significant academic achievements. Whiting's early adult life was unremarkable, filled with manual jobs and a brief unsuccessful marriage. However, beneath this seemingly mundane exterior lurked a disturbing predilection. In 1995, Whiting's true nature surfaced when he abducted a 9-year-old girl in Ifield near Crawley. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison for this crime, but served only half his sentence, being released in 1997. This early release would have dire consequences, though. Only 3 years later, in July 2000, Whiting committed a crime that would forever mark him as one of Britain's most notorious criminals. He abducted and murdered 8-year-old Sarah Payne, a case that gripped the nation and led to significant changes in how child sex offenders are monitored. Whiting was arrested and eventually convicted of Sarah's murder, receiving a life sentence with a minimum term of 40 years. Now, life in prison for Whiting has been a series of brutal encounters. In 2002, he was attacked with a razor, leaving a 6-inch scar on his cheek. In 2011, he suffered a stab wound to his eye. The most recent attack occurred in 2018, when he was stabbed by 2 prisoners in his cell at HMP Wakefield. Brett Peter Cowan. In the quiet streets of Australia, a shadow lurked, one that would soon cast a dark and enduring stain on the nation's conscience. This shadow bore a name, Brett Peter Cowan. Cowan's first known crime, committed when he was barely an adult at 18, was as shocking as it was heinous. He preyed on a 7-year-old boy, luring him into a park bathroom to commit an act of rape. The gravity of this crime was met with a surprisingly lenient punishment. Cowan spent just 1 year behind bars. Then, in 1993, Cowan struck again. This time, his victim was a 6-year-old boy, whom he lured into an abandoned car yard. The aftermath of this assault was nothing short of horrific, leaving the young boy with a punctured lung and multiple cuts. The year 2003 marked Cowan's descent into true infamy. On December 7th, he abducted 13-year-old Daniel Morecambe, a boy waiting for a bus on the Sunshine Coast. The disappearance ignited a massive search and captured the nation's attention. Initially, Cowan evaded police suspicion due to a lack of solid evidence linking him to the crime. It took a sophisticated and covert police operation, inspired by the Canadian Mr. Big technique, to finally unmask Cowan. Undercover officers, posing as criminals, gradually gained Cowan's trust and extracted a confession for Morecambe's murder. In 2014, justice was served when Cowan was sentenced to life in prison, eligible for parole after 20 years. However, in prison, Cowan faced true justice. In 2016, he was viciously attacked by fellow inmate Adam Paul Davidson, who doused him with boiling water, causing severe burns and pain. In another incident, Cowan was stabbed in the ear and neck with an improvised weapon, causing superficial wounds. In the most alarming episode, though, inmates planned a riot with the intention of attacking Cowan. They heated jam in a microwave and armed themselves with a hot sandwich maker and sharpened broomsticks. Cowan, who was in the exercise yard at the time, narrowly escaped harm as prison officers intervened before the inmates could reach him. John Geoghegan. Last but not least is John Geoghegan and his chilling tale of crime and a tragic end. Born on June 4, 1935 in Boston, Massachusetts, Geoghegan's life took a dark turn as he became embroiled in one of the most notorious sexual abuse scandals in the history of the Catholic Church. Ordained as a priest in 1962, he served in various parishes across Massachusetts, where he appeared to be a dedicated clergyman. However, beneath this veneer of piety lurked a disturbing reality. Over the years, Geoghegan was accused of molesting nearly 130 children, primarily young boys. His predatory behavior was first reported in the 1970s, but it was systematically covered up by the church. Instead of facing punishment, Geoghegan was frequently transferred between parishes, where he continued to have access to children. The scandal exploded into public consciousness in 2002, when the Boston Globe's Spotlight team published a series of reports exposing the church's failure to protect children from abusive priests, including Geoghegan. The revelation sent shockwaves through the Catholic community and beyond. Geoghegan was defrocked and, in 2002, convicted of indecent assault and battery on a 10-year-old boy. He was sentenced to 9 to 10 years in the Sousa Baranowski Correctional Center, a maximum security prison in Massachusetts. However, his time in prison would be short and brutal. On August 23, 2003, Geoghegan's life came to a violent end. He was strangled and stomped to death by Joseph Druce, a fellow inmate with a history of violence and a deep-seated hatred for child molesters. Druce, who was already serving a life sentence for another murder, meticulously planned the attack. He jammed the door of their
Child predators don't just face justice in the courtroom. Behind bars, they meet a different kind of reckoning. These men thought they could escape the full weight of their crimes, but what awaited them in prison was far worse than any sentence a judge could hand down. Inmates don't forgive, and for those who harm children, prison can become a death sentence. Today, we're exposing the brutal fate of 4 predators who learned the hard way that in prison, your past can kill you. Leonard Nelson. Leonard Nelson, a 28-year-old man, serving a 4-year sentence for aggravated burglary and the sexual exploitation of a minor, thought his worst days were behind him when he was sentenced to just 4 years in prison. But what he didn't know was that stepping into that cell was the beginning of his darkest chapter. Nelson's crimes were disturbing, particularly because
Here's
they
what I've always
involved...
said. If you're a child predator and you go to jail, you've been given a death sentence. It doesn't even matter. If you assaulted a kid like that, you're gonna get the death sentence regardless. Maybe not technically. You're gonna die though. It's gonna happen.
Videos of 2 minors imitating sexual acts, with Nelson's voice in the background instructing them on what to do. The defense tried to argue that Nelson was mentally impaired, claiming that he had the mind of an 8-year-old child. Family members, including his aunt, pleaded for leniency on these grounds, but the evidence was damning, and the court found Nelson guilty. Once incarcerated, Nelson was placed in a facility that catered to inmates prone to misbehavior. It was a place where troubled individuals were kept under closer watch, but even in such a controlled environment, the dangers of prison life are ever present.
Yeah, probably.
In
I
June
agree, actually.
2016, just when it seemed
I
Nelson
honestly
might
can't think
serve
of
his
anything worse
time and
than
move
that, really.
on, he
You're
was
right.
found dead in his cell. At first glance, prison officials believed it to be a suicide, given the stigma attached to his crimes and the mental health issues his defense had previously highlighted. It wouldn't have been surprising if Nelson had taken his own life, but this initial assessment quickly changed when the extent of his injuries became apparent. Nelson's head and neck bore signs of trauma that were inconsistent with a self-inflicted death, prompting an investigation that would soon lead authorities to Nelson's cellmate, Daniel Smith. Smith was serving a 5-year sentence for aggravated burglary and theft of property. He wasn't known for violent tendencies that could lead to murder, but once questioned, Smith confessed to the killing, revealing that the two had gotten into a scuffle after an argument. The exact details of what sparked the fight are unclear, but in the confined and volatile environment of a prison cell, it didn't take much to push someone over the edge. The specifics of how Smith carried out the murder were never fully disclosed. Reports didn't reveal the weapon used, if any, or the exact method of the killing, but the outcome was clear. Nelson was dead, and Smith was now facing even more time behind bars. Robert Munger. Up next is Robert Munger, a criminal whose fate was sealed long before he even stepped into his cell. After all, when you commit crimes as heinous as his, there's no escaping the judgment that waits. Munger, a 70-year-old, was convicted of multiple counts of child molestation and child pornography, crimes that had devastated numerous young lives. The court handed him a 43-year sentence, effectively condemning him to spend the rest of his life in prison. Upon his arrival at the Airway Heights Correctional Center in Washington State, Munger was assigned a cell with a younger inmate named Shane Goldsby. At first glance, this might have seemed like a routine pairing, but there was a dark connection between the two men that would soon lead to tragedy. Unbeknownst to the prison officials, Goldsby's younger sister was one of Munger's victims. Imagine being forced to live in close quarters with the person who had caused so much pain to your family. That was the situation Goldsby found himself in, day in and day out. Munger, apparently unfazed by the potential danger, would reportedly taunt Goldsby, recounting the details of the abuse he had inflicted on Goldsby's sister. Goldsby later described how the tension inside him kept building. He was trapped, not just physically, but emotionally. Despite making requests to be moved to a different cell, Goldsby's pleas were ignored. As expected, in June 2020, Goldsby finally snapped. He attacked Munger in their shared cell, striking him repeatedly in the head. The violence was relentless. Goldsby didn't stop until Munger was dead. By the time correctional officers intervened, the damage had been done. Goldsby was quickly charged with first-degree murder and received an additional 25-year sentence on top of the time he was already serving. However, during his sentencing, he expressed deep regret for his actions, not just for the murder itself, but for the pain it caused Munger's family. David Oseas Ramirez. When criminals are sentenced to life behind bars, they're supposed to be off the streets and out of the public's reach. But for some, like David Ramirez, life in prison can be more dangerous than freedom ever was. Ramirez, 56, was arrested for a crime that shocked and horrified the community: the lewd and lascivious molestation of an 11-year-old girl. The crime was heinous, and the evidence against him was overwhelming. So, his trial in 2013 was swift, with the jury taking just 15 minutes to return a guilty verdict. The gravity of his crime led to a life sentence inside the Duval County Jail, a punishment that many believed was deserved given the nature of his offense. On July 30th, 2019, however, the dark reality of prison life caught up with Ramirez in the most brutal way imaginable. His cellmate, Paul Dixon, a man with a violent past, had been serving time for first-degree murder, among other serious charges. Dixon was no stranger to violence, having been convicted at just 17 for a murder that put him behind bars for life. The combination of Ramirez's history and Dixon's propensity for brutality was a recipe for disaster. The tension between Ramirez and Dixon began with a verbal altercation, the details of which remain unclear, but what is known is that it soon turned physical. Dixon, driven by a mix of anger and disdain, attacked Ramirez in their cell. The assault was brutal. Ramirez was beaten severely, and then, in a final act of violence, Dixon forced his head into the cell's toilet, drowning him. him. When prison authorities arrived, they found Ramirez dead. The scene was grim, and the cause of death was immediately apparent. Dixon, who had nothing to lose, was promptly charged with second-degree murder for the killing. But within the walls of Duval County Jail, Dixon's actions were likely met with silent approval by other inmates who viewed Ramirez's death as a form of prison justice. Clinton Simpson. Last but not least is Clinton Don Simpson, who in 2018 met a violent end in a jail cell that left everyone stunned, from his fellow inmates to the guards who found his lifeless body. Once a preacher at the Brown Trail Church of Christ in Bedford, Texas, Simpson was a man who held a position of trust in his community. But behind the facade of a caring community leader, Simpson harbored a dark and sinister secret. He was the owner of Mr. Don's Whistle Stop, a miniature train complex he had built on his property. For years, this whimsical attraction drew children to his home for birthday parties and other events. Unfortunately, this seemingly innocent setup became a nightmare for many families. In 2007, Simpson's world came crashing down when the parents of a young girl reported that he had molested their toddler daughter during one of these train rides. This report opened the floodgates, leading to the discovery that Simpson had allegedly molested at least a dozen children over the years. The accusations were severe, ranging from aggravated sexual assault to indecency with a child. It was a shocking revelation for the community, one that left many in disbelief. Simpson's legal journey was long and complex. His attorneys repeatedly argued that he was not competent to stand trial, citing mental health issues. This led to years of Simpson being in and out of state hospitals for evaluations. The legal battle dragged on, with many hoping for justice, while Simpson's competency was continually questioned. It wasn't until 2018 that he was finally declared fit to stand trial and was moved to the Tarrant County Jail in Texas. Inmates often have their own code of conduct, and those who harm children are at the very bottom of the hierarchy. So Simpson, now 76 years old and in a wheelchair, became a prime target. On November 7, 2018, he was placed in a cell with David Faustino Flores, a 42-year-old inmate with a history of mental health issues. Flores had been incarcerated for assaulting an elderly person, a crime he claimed he committed because he believed the man was a member of Al-Qaeda. Flores had also previously informed jail officials that he suffered from schizophrenia and had a history of hearing voices. He even requested to be placed in a separate cell, citing his inability to handle being around other people. However, this request was ignored, and Flores was placed in the same cell as Simpson. What happened next was a gruesome and tragic sequence of events. Flores claimed that he began hearing voices, including those of his deceased mother and God, telling him that Simpson was Osama bin Laden and that he needed to kill him. In a frenzied attack, Flores repeatedly bashed Simpson's head into the floor, continuing even after Simpson fell out of his wheelchair. The assault was so brutal that it left Simpson with part of his skull caved in. He was rushed to John Peter Smith Hospital but succumbed to his injuries shortly after. If you enjoyed this video, you should click on the ones displayed on your screen to enjoy more content.
Injuries. If you enjoyed this video, okay.
Carrier flagship and cannon ship, Sky Shredder and Flying Fortress, Apache Prime, Chinook and Comanche Defense, Artillery Battery, Balloon Exclusion Zone, Archmage, Wizard Phoenix and Prince of Darkness, Sun Temple, Anti-Balloon and Dark Champion, Monkey Wall Street, and Monkeyopolis. Can you guess what all these towers have in common? This time, I won't tell you guys until maybe a minute or two later. I'll leave you guys to speculate or think about what it is. Hint, you're probably not gonna get it. If you do, I'll be wildly impressed, but anyways, let's begin. I'm just gonna see how long I can survive with these towers, because you see, we got some pretty epic late game towers out there, including a Paragon even enabled. So all in all, it should be spicy. We even have some farms enabled, so I'm gonna go ahead and get that as soon as possible. I guess I'll just tank the lives. The name agreed, I think I will do that. And I know it probably hasn't been a minute yet, but okay, I'll tell you guys. The theme with this challenge is that all the upgrades enabled are upgrades whose icons match what the tower is. So like, for example, with the Buccaneer, we have the Carrier flagship, whose icon is literally the Carrier flagship itself. Now, one exception I made was to the cannon ship. It doesn't match it, but I thought it was kind of funny to add because it's basically a bomb shooter. So in other words, the icon of another tower, and same with, as you see, Sky Shredder and the Flying Fortress, so on and so forth. Now, there actually are some upgrades before anyone mentions, wait a minute. How come some things like, for example, Beast Handlers are enabled? Like, don't all these upgrade icons match the upgrade itself? Well, the answer is yes, but I had to draw the line somewhere, and that line is It has to be a full body, so that's why, for example, if I head over to the Super Monkey section, I've gotten rid of the True Sun guy, which only has a head, but stuff like, for example...
I'm so bored, man. Alright, round is 3/4 the way over. I'm done with this game. Alright, just about 52 hours left though. Slowly but surely chipping away at this game.
Coming up on Takedown with Chris Hansen.
I'm 25 and you're 15.
This alleged predator knows what's about to go down.
I'm just expecting that guy from Catch a Predator to come outside. Charlie Hansen, that's the guy's name.
But he still comes anyway.
Sorry you had such a hard time finding the place. I need you to have a seat right over there.
I should go to prison, get raped by a bunch of dudes named Jesus.
What was your plan here tonight, Mom? Hey everyone, Chris Hansen here. I hope you're enjoying this free full episode of Takedown. But there is something you need to know. We have almost 100 new episodes on my streaming crime network, WatchTrueBlue.com. Use the code Hansen24 for half off your first month, or Hansen Year for $20 off a full year. We'll see you soon on True Blue.
It was an epic operation for myself and the Genesee County Ghost Team. 4 alleged child predators in one night. First up is a man who goes by Ron, a plumber's apprentice who drove 45 minutes to meet with who he thinks is a 15-year-old girl. Lieutenant Andy Snyder shares with me the highlights of the chat.
I'm 25 and you're 15. If we fuck,
Someone say something? Wait. There's no one in the call. I'm just extra schizophrenic. Ryan's a what?
I'm ready. Yeah, go.
What? Did everyone get the word for Wordle? I think we all did. Everyone's gotten it so far. All right, we all did it.
Makes me a pedophile. I'm not a cop, just the consequences of me getting caught with you destroy my whole life.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Ron can't find the house, so the decoy gets on the phone with him.
Are you on the road?
I am just now to that stop sign, just now. Alright, so a black SUV in the driveway.
Yep, right in front of the garage.
So, I'm at that stop sign. I want to turn left, right?
Yes. Yeah, you turn left.
Okay.
I'm getting like nervous that you're coming. I'm so excited.
I'm nervous. I feel like I'm gonna get beat up or shot or something.
Well, I'm not strong enough for that, and it's just not gonna happen.
I parked really far away.
Yeah, you did. Jeez. You're acting like it's summer or something.
Well, I have 2 sweatshirts on, so.
Oh, I only have one, and I'm freezing.
Really?
Yeah, waiting for you to warm me up.
Ew.
Wow.
Do you have any idea what we're gonna do?
I have no idea.
No.
At all.
You can't think of anything?
Ron knows what he's doing is illegal and even has a gut feeling this is a Chris Hansen investigation.
I'm just kind of expecting like that guy that from Catch a Predator to come outside and, or like I'm gonna come inside your house and somebody's gonna be like, all right, we're gonna beat the fuck out of you now.
What is Catch a Predator, like Alien and Predators or something?
No, like literally this exact scenario. I feel like.
I've never even heard of that show. That's a thing?
Yeah.
Wow.
That was a thing for a long time.
Interesting. Well, good thing.
Charlie Hansen, that's the guy's name.
Charlie Hansen?
So close, Ron. So close.
Alright, I see your house, I believe. I'm still skeptical about all this. I feel like my whole life's about to get turned upside down.
I don't know why. We're just gonna have fun.
Yeah.
Come on, hurry. Alright, I'm hanging up.
Ron finally arrives at the house, hoping against hope his suspicions are wrong.
Can you walk any slower? Come on. Ugh.
And I don't think he's going to be too surprised to meet me.
How are you? Will you just shut the door since I just stood out here for 45,000 hours waiting for you? How far of a drive was it for you? 45 minutes. Where'd you come from?
Bay City.
Bay City? Oh wow. Do you like the fireworks up there?
Huh?
Do you like the fireworks up there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Sorry you had such a hard time finding the place. I need you to have a seat right over there. Bro. No, you, bro. Come on. Have a seat. Have a seat. Ron, is it?
Yeah, Ron.
Okay, Ron, sit in that stool right over there. That, no, the second one. The second one. Next one.
Second one.
Yeah, that one right there. Ron pulls his knit cap over his face. I have to say, that one's a first.
I knew this was gonna happen. This is crazy.
You knew this was going to happen. This is crazy. Do you really want to do the interview with the cap over your face?
I don't want to do this at all. I just want to leave, please.
Well, I have some questions for you first.
Okay.
What did you mean by a BB cream pie? Nothing.
What a question. What a powerful leading question that is.
Just want to leave, please.
Well, I have some questions for you first.
Okay.
What did you mean by a BB cream pie?
Nothing.
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 Is that bareback cream pie?
No, I don't know what that is. Can I please just leave?
I'm going to get to that in a minute. You say in the chat,
please.
I can't allow you to leave. He gets down on his knees like he's praying or begging, but that's not going to help him get out of this jam. You say, I feel like this is the show to catch a predator. You have a sexually charged conversation with somebody who said they were a 15-year-old girl.
Okay.
You drive 45 minutes.
Okay.
And you say if we fuck, it would make me look like a pedophile.
Okay.
What was your plan here tonight, Ron?
To talk a girl out of getting off the website?
To talk a girl?
Because the website that she is on, there are a bunch of creepy dudes who don't want to do this. And I know... Oh, my god. This was
It looks like you're one of those effing creepy dudes right now, Ron.
I know it does. I know it does.
So help me to put this in perspective.
You just don't want to see somebody that young with that much potential throwing their life away. And now my life's thrown away. Now I'm going to prison, so...
Have you ever done this before, Ron?
With a minor? No. Never. In my life.
So tonight you just decided for the first time, I'm going to go meet a 15-year-old girl for sex.
No.
Well, you're here, Ron. Get real with me, will you? Just tell me. Help me to understand what you were thinking that made you feel it was okay to come over here. Worry
I'm
that...
a fucking retard. I'm just stupid.
You mentioned one of my previous predator investigations, right?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Have you seen the previous predator investigations?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you think of those guys who got caught?
I don't know.
Did you make fun of them?
I probably did, yeah.
Did you laugh at them?
Yes.
Did you say, what a creepy predator?
Yes.
Okay, and now
No,
you're...
I'm that guy, yes. If I'm gonna go to prison, let's just do it. My life's over now, and okay, I'm sorry. I don't know.
Did you bring marijuana with you?
No, I did not.
Did you bring condoms?
No, because I was going to talk a girl.
So you're just going to have bareback. That's what BB means, right? BB cream pie is bareback cream pie. Ron? That's what that means, right? Ron, I'm not stupid.
I knew I shouldn't have came here.
But you did anyway.
I know I did.
So help me to understand what this drive was. What was the compulsion?
No, I'm just a fucking retard who's been literally at the lowest point in his life.
Zombie.
And yeah, so...
What has brought you to the lowest point?
A lot of my family dying, and I'm just all alone in the world, so...
I'm sorry that you're going through that. I truly am. But you see that it doesn't make it okay.
I know it doesn't make it okay, and I should not have came here.
I mean,
and
there
I'm
are...
gonna pay the consequences for the rest of my life. I understand that. I'm gonna be on a list now, and my life's over. My life is over now. I know that I said weird things, and I asked her for nudes. I understand that, but it's more to that because I know that I've wasted the potential of my life, and that sitting down with somebody and talking to them is a lot more than like you can convince somebody a lot more when they see you and the words you're saying and the the genuinity of what they're saying to you and the understanding that like this person has gone through things and they understand that what I'm going through right now I can change and I need to make those changes. That's all it was. I don't.
But you didn't go down that road in the chat with her. The road you went down is, I want to have a BB cream pie.
It doesn't matter. Like none of this interview doesn't matter. I'm going to prison.
I can't wait. If we fuck, it makes me a pedophile.
Yes.
I'm 25 and you're 15. These are complete acknowledgments.
Yes, it is.
Of sexual intent, solicitation, using the computer to commit a crime. What should happen to you, Ron?
The maximum punishment, I should go to prison, get raped by a bunch of dudes named Jesus, live the rest of my life out like that. those are the consequences of my actions, and that's where I'm at right now. I understand that I'm gonna go to prison now, so.
You're
No
25.
idea, Cletus.
Yes.
Do you think you can turn your life around?
I hope so, but I doubt it at this point.
What can you say to me and anybody who may hear or see this that would convince them that you would get help, you would get therapy, you would report to somebody who makes sure you stay out of trouble and never ever do this again?
Everyone has the potential to be better and to be something. You just have to make that change in your life, and you have to do it for yourself, and that nobody is going to come along and help you make those changes. You just have to turn the switch and do it yourself.
All right.
Literally called that I was going to be, that this was what this was, and I still came because I'm so, like, that's how fucking stupid I am. I said I was literally picturing you because you've done this for so long, and I was like, this sounds like one of those things where I'm gonna get there and the guy's gonna come around from the back. I literally was on the phone talking with her, and I said that, and then it happened.
Then why did you come anyway? Why? Something pushed you to cross the border.
Cross the border.
Between fantasy and reality and walk into this house.
That is true. It did. And I'm gonna pay the price for that for the rest of my life.
And it's hard for me to believe that if there was a 15-year-old girl here, a teenage girl here, willing to have sex with you, that nothing would have happened, that it would just have been an intervention and a talk and a pep talk. I just don't buy it, Ron.
I fully understand, and that is, that's believable on your part, and you're making very good points. So,
I mean, what if you were sitting in my stool and I was kneeling down there? What would you think?
I would think the same thing you're thinking, 100%.
Okay, so help me to understand the process.
The process
in your
of what?
mind.
The process. What would ask a specific question, I guess.
Why the hell are you here tonight?
I don't have an answer to that.
No answer.
I really don't.
All right, Ron. Well, you know who I am. I don't have to tell you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm up to. I don't have to tell you. And I think you know what happens next.
I am... Okay.
There's some people here from the Genesee County Sheriff's Office,
Yes.
specifically the ghost team,
Okay.
and they want to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay? So they're coming in right now to do that. They're probably going to want you to take that mask off.
Ron, go ahead and stand up, Steve. Get someone softly here so we can...
Anything on you? No weapons or anything? Ron, I'm gonna pull this. Okay, Ron, how old are you?
25.
Good. Okay.
Ron, whose real name is Jared, was charged with child abusive commercial activity, accosting children for immoral purposes, and communicating with another via the internet to commit a crime. We'll keep you posted on his court appearances.
As you saw, Ron did take his stocking cap off for the detectives, ghost detectives. Apparently a homeless guy, plumber's apprentice, told me the same story I've heard from so many other alleged predators. Do we believe it? I'll leave that up to you.
Captain Jason Murphy has been with the Genesee County Sheriff's Office for more than 20 years and was leading tonight's ghost operation.
We hear the excuse over and over tonight. I was just coming here to counsel her, to tell her to get off these dangerous social media platforms. Do you ever buy it? Do you ever feel sympathy for any of these guys?
Absolutely not. When you go back and you look at the chats and what they said and the pictures they sent, and they all say they were here to help, not one of them called 911 to report that there was a 15-year-old girl, putting herself out there on a sex site. None of them did that. Every one of them came here. And the only reason they said that is because you were here when they got here.
The last guy especially specifically referred to the predator investigations I've done over the years.
Charlie Hansen, that's the guy's name.
Multiple times.
Yeah, to you on a phone call with our decoy in the chats. He said it multiple times.
And you're listening as the decoy is talking to him on the phone. What did you hear?
Yeah, he said he was nervous. He thought he was either going to get arrested or beat up. It was to catch a predator. He's watched the show. called you by name, and he still showed up. Walked, parked about a half mile away, walked here during that phone call.
Comes in, pulls his stocking cap over his face as if that's going to protect his identity.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And says he should go to prison, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely he did. He said he should go to prison for the rest of his life, I believe.
What message does this send to the community when you do a sting operation?
Shocking that no matter where you live, there's someone out there, you know. Just be safe.
Alright, well, round's almost over here anyways. And I will be done for the day. Oh, I'm so done with this, man. If I didn't waste any time during this game at all, I would have been able to complete 4 rounds. So sad. That's a round. Here we go. Right. 616. Slowly but surely making our way there.